raising slogans of we want justice, slogans of justice for the victim, and of course a huge backlash against Kuldeep Sengar as he continues to be one of the person who has abused the power. It's a complete abuse of power that we have seen. Although Niranjan, I am not able to get inside this crowd, but I will surely get in more voices. I will get in more voices coming in for who are continuing to protest here. मैम क्या कहेंगे आप? कुलदीप सेंगर को उसका लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट कैंसिल कर दिया, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं भी एक माँ हूँ, बेटियां हैं। अंकिता सैनी देश की बेटी थी जो कुलदीप सेंगर के खिलाफ, उसके ऊपर मुकदमे 40 से ऊपर मुकदमे हैं। तो आप ये बताएं, इतने मुकदमे होने के बाद, उसको फांसी की सजा होने के बाद उसको बहाल कर दिया गया, क्यों? वो आजाद घूमेंगे, फिर एक अंकिता सैनी पैदा करेंगे, फिर बलात्कार करेंगे और फिर ऐसे चलता रहेगा। कब तक? कब तक? बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है। बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, इन्होंने एक नारा दिया था, कहाँ है वो? धरातल पे कहाँ है? आज इनके लोगों से ही बेटियां बचानी मुश्किल हो रही है जो सत्ता में। ऐसे ही इन्होंने जब खिलाड़ी बेटियां थी वहाँ जंतर मंतर से घसीट के फेंका गया, अपने न्याय के लिए बैठी थी। कल उसकी मदर इंडिया गेट पे बैठी, उसको खींच के और बाहर वहाँ से फेंक दिया गया और जो विक्टिम है उसकी सजा बहाल कर देते थे। क्यों? कब तक? जब तक उस बेटी को न्याय नहीं मिलेगा हम उसके साथ खड़े रहे। इस तरीके से बेटियों की इज्जत खिलवाड़ करेंगे, इज्जत की उछाला जाएगा, हम उनके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिला करेंगे। बेटी को जब तक उसको न्याय नहीं मिलेगा हम उसकी मदर के साथ खड़े हैं, खड़े रहेंगे। उसकी मदर कल राहुल गांधी जी से मिली, राहुल गांधी जी ने भी बोला कि हम आपके साथ हैं। मैं दिल्ली प्रदेश की महिला की अध्यक्ष हूँ, महिला होने के नाते बेटी के साथ है। जहाँ बेटियों के साथ अन्याय होगा हम उनके साथ खड़े रहेंगे, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर।
Looks like that the women protesters are being dispersed from here, and there you can see we are getting these live updates at this point in time. They have moved outside. They were first protesting outside the Delhi High Court gate, and now they are moving on the road, and they are building their protest even at a larger scale. As the police continues to appeal to them not to protest here, but they say that they are going to be giving their support to the victim and the family. The police says that a protest march outside this particular area is not allowed. But okay, we will speak to the. हम क्या कहेंगे आप लोग यहाँ पे मार्च कर रहे हैं जबकि यहाँ पे मना किया गया है मार्च करने के लिए।
बीच में से तो हट जाओ, चलने तो दो। जी बोलिए।
यहाँ पे मार्च करने के लिए मना कर रहे हैं पर आप लोग सपोर्ट किए जा रहे हैं विक्टिम को, क्या कहेंगे?
या आपको क्या लगता है सपोर्ट नहीं करना चाहिए? विक्टिम करना चाहिए तो फिर जो तरीके हैं वो अपनाएंगे, प्रोटेस्ट के जो भी तरीके हो सकते हैं।
और ये कुलदीप सेंगर के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? क्या आपको नहीं लगता ये जो इतना पावरफुल आदमी है, इतना पावरफुल आदमी है, ये अब्यूज ऑफ पावर कहीं ना कहीं इसका है?
बिल्कुल है, 100% है। अगर ये ना होता तो इतनी इस तरह का हादसा होता। उस लड़की की एफआईआर इन्होंने दर्ज नहीं करी, कितने दिन बाद एफआईआर दर्ज हुई, नाम नहीं दे रहे थे। पावरफुल आदमी है इसीलिए सारी वो जो तरीके हैं अपना सका। उसके बाप को मरवा दिया पुलिस, आज भी वो रिहा होके बाहर आया। अखबारों की रिपोर्ट्स है कि जेल के अंदर भी उसको सारी फैसिलिटीज़ मिली हुई हैं। तो क्या कर रही है ये गवर्नमेंट? क्या कर रही है यूपी गवर्नमेंट और क्या कर रही है मोदी गवर्नमेंट? इसका मतलब आप बहुत ऑब्वियसली आप एक आदमी को, एक बलात्कारी को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, क्योंकि इससे पहले भी हमने देखा है कि बहुत सारी जगहों पे बलात्कारियों को सपोर्ट किया गया है, चाहे वो बाबा हों चाहे कोई भी हो जो जेलों के अंदर हैं। बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट बात है और शर्म की बात है। बीजेपी क्या मैसेज दे रही है समाज को कि औरतों के साथ जो भी व्यवहार किया जाए आप कर सकते हो, फिर आपको इजीली छोड़ा भी जा सकता है। अगर ये मैसेज सरकार देना चाहती है तो इसको महिला आंदोलन कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
That's right. As we spoke to one of the protesters, we are. All right, we spoke to Seba ji, who clearly says that she's rather explained on how there has been a complete abuse of power, and we stay on with these visuals as the police vehicle, the van has already arrived, and they are, of course, appealing to the protesters to not protest here outside the Delhi High Court. You can see the number of female constables who have come here, and they are constantly appealing the protesters not to protest here. They are questioning the order that the Delhi High Court had given.
सीधा हाथों में ले रखा है, महिलाओं की गरिमाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं चलेगा। ये देखिए, उनको आगे नहीं जाने दिया गया। इंडिया गेट की तरफ आगे जा रहे थे, हम तो जा रहे थे, प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे।
We will once again try and speak to the protesters here who refuse to end their protest, despite appeals.
हमें रोक सकते हैं, आज हमने यहाँ पे वो हमें रोक सकता है पुलिस वाले, लेकिन उनको नहीं रोक सक रहे। जिनको जो सजा जो थी वो उसको रद्द किया गया। क्यों उसको बेल दिया गया? एक अपराधी, एक रेपिस्ट को अगर बेल दिया गया, अगर वो दोबारा अगर उस लड़की पे अगर कोई अटैक हुआ तो फिर कौन जिम्मेदारी लेगा? आप मुझे बताइए।
लड़की कह तो रही है उसको अपनी जान की खतरा।
बिल्कुल उस लड़की को जान की खतरा है, वही हम कहते हैं, क्योंकि जब वो जेल में था तब भी उसने 2 बार अटैक कर दिया उस लड़की को। अब अगर वो बेल में है तो वो कुछ भी कर सकता है। फिर कौन जिम्मेदार लेगा? ये सरकार लेगी या सुप्रीम कोर्ट लेगा इसकी जिम्मेदारी अगर उस लड़की को कुछ होता है? आप बताइए मुझे।
अभी आप लोग किस तरफ बढ़ रहे थे?
हम इस प्रोटेस्ट को जारी करेंगे जब तक उसको बेल जो है दोबारा उसका रद्द नहीं किया जाता है। हम ये जारी करेंगे, और ये ऑल ओवर इंडिया में हो रहा है ये प्रोटेस्ट, सिर्फ दिल्ली में नहीं हो रहा है। हो गया नहीं, हम अपने आप चले जाएंगे।
All right, so these are the voices coming in of the women protesters here from the national capital, and they continue to be outside the Delhi High Court. And we are bringing you these back-to-back updates, the visuals coming in at this point in time, where for now the protest seems to have spread out. And we'll also speak to the protesters once again. Ma'am, अभी आप लोग किस तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं?
कहीं भी नहीं, ये खत्म कर दिया हमने यहीं पे। आप देखिए ना, यहाँ पे खत्म कर दिया।
तो प्रोटेस्ट अभी आपकी तरफ से खत्म?
हाँ, अभी के लिए खत्म हो गया। लेकिन बलात्कार के खिलाफ, यौन हिंसा के खिलाफ, महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार के खिलाफ हमारा संघर्ष जारी रहेगा।
So for that, we are now to understand that the protest has completed. The protest has concluded from outside the Delhi High Court for today. But they have said that the protest and the struggle will be continuing until and unless justice has been served to the victim, until and unless there is a cancellation of bail and the order be reversed from the Delhi High Court.
We'll take a short break right now. Those are protests outside the Delhi High Court. Sengar, the order remains. Sentence was suspended. 9 years, 8 years in fact, after he gang raped a minor, a 17-year-old. We are coming back with the live pictures. Last evening we debated it. We questioned how the order now needs to be challenged. CBI is also challenging it. There is a petition filed in the Supreme Court. We'll take a break, come back with the live coverage. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
we just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter, and that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mines.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
On Christmas Day, the United States launched powerful and deadly strikes against ISIS targets in Nigeria. A clear warning from President Donald Trump to terror groups targeting Christians. In a sharply worded post, Trump said US forces acted after repeated warnings, declaring there would be hell to pay if the killings continued. The US Defense Department confirmed multiple ISIS terrorists were killed, saying the operation was carried out at the request of Nigerian authorities. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth praised US military readiness and thanked the Nigerian government for cooperation and support. Nigeria has battled jihadist violence for over 15 years, with Boko Haram and ISIS-linked groups killing thousands and displacing millions. With Christian Day strikes and a blunt message from Washington, the US signals it is prepared to use force to counter ISIS in West Africa.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and this is not the story of a singer who followed the rules. This is the story of a woman who rewrote them. Long before individuality was celebrated, Usha Uthup stood apart in voice, in style, in spirit. She sang in many languages, crossed genres without permission, and proved that originality needs no validation. For over 5 decades, her voice has echoed through India's cultural memory. Bold, warm, unmistakable. On Legends, we trace a life built on courage, conviction, and an unshakable sense of self. A journey that reminds us the most enduring legacy is authenticity. Legends featuring Usha Uthup this weekend only on Republic TV. Republic Aravali sting blows the lid off the reality of illegal mining along the Aravallis. Mining mafia admits to breaking the law. Caught on the Aravali sting, mining mafia tries to bribe the Republic reporter. Open attempt to cover up the truth about illegal mining. The amicus in the Aravali case till 2024, Harish Salve tells Ornob the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. Also, Harish Salve bats for precautionary principle, bats for buffer zones around the Aravali ecosystem. Anger peaks over Delhi High Court's order in the Unnao rape case. Protests break out outside the Delhi High Court. Chorus grows for justice. Sheikh Hasina takes on Yunus government, says Yunus government perpetrating unspeakable atrocities against non-Muslims in Bangladesh. All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news coming in right at this moment. A big breaking development from Himachal Pradesh. Doctors in Himachal Pradesh have warned of a state-wide strike after alleging repeated incidents of violence, intimidation and security lapses at the Indira Gandhi Medical College, IGMC, that is IGMC in Shimla. The Himachal Medical Officers Association, that is the HMOA, said its executive body met on Wednesday and unanimously supported the demands raised by the Doctors Association, the Resident Doctors Association, which is the RDA IGMC Shimla. The meeting was attended by district-level office bearers and representatives of the association's state units. The doctors' body has demanded the immediate withdrawal of suspension orders issued against Dr. Raghav, calling the action as unjustified. It also raised concerns over the threats to the life and dignity of doctors, alleging that an individual named Naresh had threatened Dr. Raghav with dire consequences. As very well you can see the scuffle also that was happening in this viral video that we are playing for you right now. The association has sought the registration of an FIR and strict legal action under relevant sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, that is the BNS, including provisions related to criminal intimidation and attempt to cause harm. The breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh.
सबसे पहली जो हमारी मेजर डिमांड थी कि जो हमारे डॉक्टर राघव नरूला हैं, जो सीनियर रेजिडेंट हैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पल्मोनरी मेडिसिन में, कि उनकी रेवोकेशन फ्रॉम द टर्मिनेशन शुड बी डन इमीडिएटली. तो उस पर सीएम साहब ने हमें बोला कि इसमें इंक्वायरी विल बी कंडक्टेड अगेन, एंड जो भी हमने उनको एविडेंसेस दिखाए हैं, क्लिपिंग्स दिखाए हैं, उस पर सर ने कड़ा संज्ञान लिया है और इसमें सर ने क्लियर कट बोला है कि इसमें दोबारा से एक इंक्वायरी की जाएगी. सेकेंडली, जो भी मॉब ने वहाँ पे हमारे आईजीएमसी शिमला के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पल्मोनरी मेडिसिन के वार्ड में जो भी वहाँ हंगामा हुआ उस दिन, और जो भी वहाँ पे हमारे डॉक्टर को थ्रेटन किया गया और काम में बाधा डाली गई, तो उसके लिए भी सीएम साहब ने बोला है कि इसमें भी कड़ा एक्शन लिया जाएगा. और तीसरी बात, जो हॉस्पिटल हमारा प्रेमिसेस हैं, वार्ड्स हैं और जो ओपीडीज़ हैं, ओटीज़ हैं, वहाँ पे डॉक्टर्स की सिक्योरिटी के लिए द्वारा से गाइडलाइंस और कुछ निर्देश जारी किए जाएंगे.
All right, we are being joined by Lalit for more information on this big development. Lalit, the doctors are demanding action, they are demanding security, and they have warned of state-wide strike. What are the latest details?
After the scuffle which took place in the capital of Himachal Pradesh in Shimla on Monday, and after the scuffle, the way the senior resident Raghav Narula services was being terminated, after that, today all the...
Definitely we are facing a network issue. Lalit, we'll get back to you. as we get the good network. Now, these visuals, ladies and gentlemen, as you can very well see, this is unbecoming of a doctor, how he was beating that patient and the scuffle that broke out and which led to his suspension. Now, doctors have warned of a statewide strike. In response to that, they have demanded the immediate withdrawal also of suspension orders which have been issued against Dr. Raghav, who is in picture, calling the action as unjustified. Now, they have also raised concerns over threats to the life and dignity of doctors, alleging that an individual named Naresh and had threatened Dr. Raghav with dire consequences. I hope we have Lalit back with us. Lalit, if you could hear me, the doctors have warned of statewide strike. Also, they want the immediate withdrawal of the suspension orders that has been issued against Dr. Raghav. Lalit.
Well, definitely the way the scuffle took place in the capital on Monday afternoon. After that, today, the resident doctors have met the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Thakur Sukhwinder Singh Sutthu. So now they have got the assurance from the Chief Minister, Mr. Sukhu, that once again the inquiry in this whole matter would be taken again. And if you talk about this whole issue, the way it has erupted all across Himachal Pradesh, the way the video has got viral. After that, today, all the doctors in Himachal Pradesh has got on a mass leave. And today in the evening, if something concrete doesn't come from the government, so on 27, that is tomorrow, the doctors would be going on a one-day strike. So this whole issue has erupted very badly, and the patients are the one who are being suffering. The whole incident has taken place in the Himachal biggest hospital, the Indira Gandhi Medical Hospital, on Monday afternoon, when there was a scuffle between a patient named Arjun Pawar and the senior resident doctor, Mr. Raghav.
Thanks for the information. It is a developing story. Keep tracking. As you get more updates, we'll come back to you. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Delhi High Court directs centre to file response within 10 days on plea to reduce GST on air purifiers in view of bad air quality in city centre to High Court, and said a GST Council meeting can't be conducted on VC. PIL to abolish 18% tax on air purifiers. So just imagine there is an 18% GST tax on air purifiers, and the demand is to reduce it to 5%. The 18% tax on air purifiers loaded centre opposes PIL in Delhi High Court to slash GST on air purifiers. Central government lawyer ASG N. Venkataraman told High Court Pandora's box situation may ensue if the court were to order the GST Council to slash GST rates on air purifiers without following the applicable process involved before such a decision can be taken. Now, High Court has given 10 days to the government to file its counter affidavit in the High Court case to be taken up on January 9, 2026. All right, we have our executive editor, Rhythm, joining us on phone line. Rhythm, if you could run us through what the court has said. The court has given 10 days to centre to respond to this, to take action on this. All right, we'll try to get back to Rhythm. But this is a very big story. It concerns each and every individual who is living in Delhi NCR, because it's the matter of pollution. And there was a PIL demanding a reduction in the GST that was levied on the air purifiers. Now, it has a GST of 18%, which is quite huge, it's quite expensive for any air purifier, because an air purifier is the need of the hour for those who live in Delhi NCR and other polluted regions. So the court has given 10 days time to respond to the government, to the centre, on a PIL seeking a reduction in the goods and services tax, that is the GST on air purifiers, citing deteriorating air quality in the national capital region. Very big development coming from the court. The plea was to slash the GST on air purifiers. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next segment. Let's get you the top national stories in Bharat in 1 minute. BJP National Working President Nitin Nabin, along with Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, offered prayers at Gurdwara Bangla Sahib in Delhi on the occasion of Veer Bal Divas. On the issue of tussle over CM position in Karnataka, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar said the tussle between the Chief Minister and Deputy CM is very serious and will lead to the collapse of the government. Shettar further added that the results of the by-elections go to show that public support has started shifting towards the BJP. A significant milestone was marked by Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences on Monday with the conduct of its annual convocation ceremony. The event held a special significance as it was the 10th annual convocation, marking a decade of academic excellence and achievement. A total of 2,095 degrees were conferred, including 50 PhDs, 698 postgraduate degrees and 1,347 undergraduate degrees. In recognition of outstanding academic performance, 107 medals were awarded to meritorious students. All right, viewers, we have a very big development coming in right at this moment. Big breaking news, Baba Siddique murder case. The Mumbai crime branch has filed a supplementary charge sheet in the case. A supplementary charge sheet running into nearly 200 pages has been submitted. The supplementary charge sheet has been filed against accused Amol Gaikwad. The investigation has revealed Gaikwad's links with the mastermind Shubham Lonkar. Now, statements of around 30 witnesses have been recorded in the supplementary charge sheet. A big development here which is coming in the Baba Siddique matter. All right, we have Meenakshi live from Mumbai. Meenakshi, what are the latest updates in this story?
Yes, absolutely right. As you have mentioned that the Mumbai crime branch has filed 200 pages supplementary charge sheet against Amol Gaikwad, an arrested accused in Baba Siddique murder case. This supplementary charge sheet was submitted before court, included a statement of 30 witnesses. It details key link with the accused Amol Gaikwad and the Shubham Lonkar. Who is Shubham Lonkar? Shubham Lonkar is believed to be the main mastermind behind this crime. And this supplementary charge sheet mentions the link between Amol Gaikwad and Vishnoi gang. According to officials, during interrogation, Amol Gaikwad disclosed lots of information about this Vishnoi gang. Now, he was in link with Shubham Lonkar and his brother Praveen Lonkar during October 1st to October 12th. So investigators believe that this period was used to plan the whole crime scene, and a whole plan had been made in this period. Shubham Lonkar, who is absconding now, this accused Amol Gaikwad was regularly connected
Thanks for
with
the latest in the developing story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Chaos and disorder were witnessed at singer Kailash Kher's music concert held at Gwalior. People broke through the security barriers and rushed towards the stage. Here's a quick report on that.
Chaos and disorder were witnessed at singer Kailash Kher's concert held in Gwalior. On the occasion of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's birth anniversary. A stampede occurred during the event held at Gwalior's Mela ground on Thursday night. The charged up crowds became uncontrollable as soon as Kailash Kher began a stage performance. People broke through the security barriers and rushed towards the stage,
Some enthusiastic fans even managed to bypass the security personnel and reach the stage. Due to which Kailash Kher reprimanded the crowd through the microphone, who was upset by the crowd's behavior.
Coming in right at this moment, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has raised an alarm claiming a rise in the Muslim population in the state. That's the word coming in from Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma while he raises the alarm. Data says that states that border Bangladesh is fighting a rampant infiltration issues. So Himanta Biswa Sarma, he has been raising the issue of infiltration, the illegal migration, and with these numbers from Assam, it cannot be ruled out that a major demography change is attributed to the unchecked influence of Bangladeshi infiltrators. So CM Himanta Biswa Sarma is hinting towards the demography change which is happening due to the influx of the illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators who cross the border and try to settle in regions of Assam and West Bengal. So Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has raised an alarm claiming a rise in the Muslim population in the state. So Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma joined us live for an exclusive interview with our Deputy Executive Editor Shawan. Have a look.
The question on demography, when you said that 40% of it becoming Muslim population in the state of Assam, many argued that is this an alarmist way of looking at it, or is it something that was happening for a very long time and there was no national gaze on this issue?
I think in a state where native become a minority or in the process of becoming a minority, I think it raises a high alarm, because in India no other state demography is being changed because of infiltration. Supreme Court of India, while deciding a case for Assam, it has clearly stated that Assam is facing demographic invasion. The process was started right from 1940s, but from 1961 onwards, it has accelerated. In 2011 census, the Muslim population in Assam has been recognized at 34%. Every year the trend of increase is 4%. So if there would have been census in 2021, it would have been 38%. And today, as we are in 2025, so add another 2% into it, so it's 40%. So if you somehow say that no, last 10 years inflation has come down, or if you attribute some positivity that yes, something has happened on ground, then maximum it will be reduced by 1%. Right. So today 39 to 40%. Now how this has happened? A kind of chain of influx has happened in Assam. Population from a other country came to Assam. They have their children, they have their grandchildren, and in the process, the native people are being pushed into the wall.
Do you think this is, when you look at the time period, because many would also argue that this is on for a very long time, and somewhere down the line there was not much that was essential in the foreign tribunal came in at a much later stage.
You see, whether it is a long time or it is a short time, statistics says that all these happened post 1960. So what Assam gained from independence, because these are the period
right,
where in fact post freedom, post independence, we should have been strengthened.
But what explains the sudden spike from 1991? What led to this kind of a spike?
There is no spike. There is an even pattern. Every census increase is 4.444%. So neither spike, neither no spike. The momentum is continue, and today this is the result.
Is it infiltration or is it a natural population growth?
It is a fast, it is a infiltration, and obviously those who has come in, they will produce children also. I am a Bangladeshi person. I entered into Assam. Then definitely I will have my children also. So it is both homegrown, but who was the father? Who was the mother? They all were from Bangladesh. So it is a homegrown as well as infiltration. Once you enter into Assam, definitely you are going to produce 8, 9, 7 children. So multiplication factor happens when you entered into Assam and you settle down. Then multiplication takes place.
All right, so this was an exclusive interview with CM Himanta Biswa Sarma where he spoke of the illegal influx of the Bangladeshis, the infiltration. All right, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Republic 360-degree investigation into Mysuru cylinder blast. NIA likely to visit shortly. All this and more coming up.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that you see on the other end, which are carrying those residual pebbles, those are also they are not legally allowed to sell those. But they're not only doing illegal work, they're also making double profit out of whatever is making profit illegally out of the Aravali hills, the lungs of the Delhi NCR, the home.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
we are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine conflict lie in 2014 anti-constitutional coup.
We did not start this war. This war began as a result of the anti-constitutional military coup in 2014 and then commencement of the military action against its own citizens in the southeast of Ukraine.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
This is not the story of a singer who followed the rules. This is a story of a woman who rewrote them. Long before individuality was celebrated, Usha Uthup stood apart in voice, in style, in spirit. She sang in many languages, crossed genres without permission, and proved that originality needs no validation. For over 5 decades, her voice has echoed through India's cultural memory, bold, warm, and unmistakable. On Legends, we trace a life built on courage, conviction, and an unshakable sense of self. A journey that reminds us that the most enduring legacy is authenticity. Legends featuring Usha Uthup this weekend only on Republic TV. Republic Aravali sting blows the lid off the reality of illegal mining along the Aravallis. Mining mafia admits to breaking the law. Caught on the Aravalli sting, mining mafia tries to bribe Republic reporter. Open attempt to cover up the truth about illegal mining. The amicus in the Aravalli case till 2024, Harish Salve tells Unnao the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. Harish Salve bats for precautionary principle, bats for buffer zones around the Aravali ecosystem. Anger peaks over Delhi High Court's order in the Unnao rape case. Protests break out outside the Delhi High Court. Chorus grows for justice. Sheikh Hasina takes on the Yunus government, says Yunus perpetrating unspeakable atrocities against non-Muslims in Bangladesh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition with a breaking news that is coming in. Republic 360-degree investigation into the Mysuru cylinder blast. As per the reports coming in, NIA is likely to visit shortly, exploring possible links to the Delhi blast as well. This is the same Mysore blast that killed Salim, who was a newcomer to Mysore from Kannauj, Uttar Pradesh. As per the reports that are coming in, sabotage angle is also not being ruled out yet. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big breaking news that we are tracking here. NIA is likely to visit the spot. The timing of the blast is also under question here. It is also under scanner here, given the fact that this blast occurred during Christmas celebrations. All right, joining me live is my colleague Abhishek from Bangalore. Abhishek, this is yet another angle that is now coming to the fore. What we are coming to know as per the reports is that the sabotage angle has not yet been ruled out. Also, there could be possible links to the Delhi blast. Tell us more.
Yeah, very much. It was on the evening of 25th where the entire country was celebrating the Christmas, and at around 8:30 in Mysuru's Jaya Martanda Gate, where the Mysuru Historical Palace is located, cylinder blast occurred in which the seller of helium balloons was placed at the Jaya Martanda Gate. One incident is that 4 persons from various other parts of the country have been injured in this blast, and Salim, who is supposed to be the balloon vendor, has already lost his life. Based on the investigation and the primary information from the local police of Mysuru, it has been identified he is Salim from Uttar Pradesh and he was a resident of Lucknow, and it is also believed that it was his first day at the Jaya Martanda Gate yesterday when he was selling the helium balloons there. The point is that how did helium cylinder come into the open market is a point of question, because the Karnataka government had previously banned the usage of the helium balloons or the helium cylinders in the public place. And this is the first question which has to be investigated as of now. On the other hand, we've also been told that the NIA is about to visit the Mysuru's Jaya Martanda Gate to collect the evidences and the information of the blast which happened the previous night. This might also have been a political target or a terrorist target is what we have been informed as of now, because the chances of this being connected to the Delhi blast are probably which has to be driven out, or probably which has to be eliminated as of now. This is why the NIA has come into the picture. While speaking to the media, Seema Latkar, the commissioner of Mysuru, has informed that all the details of Salim's whereabouts have already been collected. The investigation is due the progress. On the other hand, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, the Home Minister, has mentioned that he has demanded a report of the entire incident of the cylinder blast which happened yesterday, and he is awaiting the report from the police department. Right, on the other hand, we've also been informed that various other people who were the friends of Salim have gone missing after the blast, and this is also one of the major points which has to be noted if this is a terrorist act or an act of accident. Antara.
But certainly, Abhishek, that is one major update that you just told our viewers, the fact that, Salim's friends have now gone missing. Could there be a possibility that this was a potential suicide attack? And since we are staying with this story, I also want to know what is the current status of the 5 other people who were also injured? Any reports on that, Abhishek?
With respect to the people who've been injured in this accident, they have been treated in various other hospitals in Mysuru. They are supposed to have been out of the danger as of now. However, Salim, who was a balloon vendor, various other friends who were at the same gate of Jaya Martanda Gate in Mysuru. Now, as of now, probably this might have been a planned escape, or probably they might have been scared because of the incident. They might have gone into various other hideouts as of now, if at all they are involved in any of the anti-national Ponzi as of now. On the other hand, we've also been told that Salim, who was the balloon vendor, had gotten into the Mysuru Palace and have clicked some of the pictures within the palace. So the elimination process is on as of now to make sure if Salim was identified by any terrorist group, or is he attached to any terrorist group, or is this a pure act of accident. So the elimination process is under progress as of now. This is why all the data of Salim and his whereabouts have been collected by the Mysuru City Police as of now. The NIA have already started their due course of investigation by collecting the CCTV and the call detail records of Salim, and also the whereabouts of Salim as of now. And also, is there any connection between Delhi blast and Mysuru blast is the point of question which has to be answered due the course of investigation. However, we are awaiting the response from the Karnataka State Police as well as the NIA as of now. Antara.
Right, Abhishek. Thank you for getting us these details. We are very, very closely tracking the story, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to another breaking news that we are getting in. Air India flight A1817 from Delhi to Ahmedabad turned back to Delhi due to a technical issue with both engines, indicated by an ACRS message, engine 1+2 bleed fault. The aircraft is currently under maintenance. The Air India flight AI817 from Delhi to Ahmedabad had to turn back to Delhi due to this technical issue that was indicated by the ACRS message. The aircraft is currently under maintenance, which is a precautionary measure to ensure passenger safety. Ladies and gentlemen, this is yet another incident of an Air India flight reporting a technical fault, a spate of incidents in fact. For context, similar incidents have occurred with Air India flights recently. Just on December 22nd, just a few days back, an Air India Boeing 777 flight from Delhi to Mumbai had to return back to the national capital due to low engine oil pressure in one engine. The DGCA has now stated that they are investigating the cause of these incidents, and this is a fresh incident that has now been reported by Air India, where both the engines reported a fault. In fact, the ACARS message stated very, very clearly, engine 1+2 bleed fault. We'll try and connect with our reporter Harsha in just a short while from now. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a spate of Air India incidents that is now coming to the fore. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to another story now. Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami brings the most explosive expose of the year. Republic TV uncovers how rampant illegal mining and quiet approvals have pushed the ancient Aravali ranges to the brink of destruction. Why are only 0.19% of the Aravalis now under protection? Who is allowing the loot of India's oldest mountain chain? Watch this for a no-holds-barred investigation that lays bare the shocking facts, the loopholes, and the silence surrounding this environmental crisis. Watch this.
I thank the millions of viewers of the Republic Media Network who have supported us in our expose on the wrong decision of the Supreme Court of India in the Aravali case, a decision which unfortunately, or rather should I say fortunately, even the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gawai, who is the author of that report, could not, in my view, convincingly argue for when he came on a 20-minute interview with me a few days back. Now, we don't do only interviews. We don't do only studio journalism. We and our resources and our journalistic teams, our reporters, our camera persons, and our investigation team have done a 10-day multi-location ground investigation into rampant and brazen illegal mining in the Aravali region. Our reporters have gone from village to village, mine to mine, district to district. We've been to Pawana Ahir, to Kotputli, to Alwar, to Lalawandi, to Sikar. We are documenting what the government said is not happening. We are documenting what authorities say is wrong. And I can challenge the government, I can challenge the authorities to prove us wrong. Our reporters who will be joining us, led by Sambhavi, fantastic reporter, she'll be joining us. On our very first night in Pawana Ahir, our cameras caught mining after sunset. Trucks moving, huge number of machines digging, pits alive in the dark. So when I say that if you give these people an opportunity, they will flatten the Aravalis to the ground, I'm not making it up. I would request even the honorable judges to go to the ground and see what happens. I want, when the review petition comes, they should see this. They should see what happens and take immediate action and stay the decision of the three-judge bench. 15 kilometers away, we went to Ajitpura, mining officially allowed only for limestone and dolomite, but that is only on paper. On ground, the situation is totally different. It's like a huge operation going on, and I don't know what the government is doing. We have caught mineral extracted for all other things apart from the lease, outside permission, outside the law being broken. Then people around, villagers started calling us, not one, not two, village after village, town after town. We were told inspections come, fines are announced, but the machines never stop. Why is this happening? I'm not saying people are being bribed, but is there bribery? Is there inducement? How is it that the Jaipur Mining Department inspection confirmed mining beyond lease boundaries? Even a penalty of 37 crores was apparently imposed. But when Republic Network goes back to the same sites, the machines are still running. So I am asking tonight, what does a 37 crore penalty mean if the mining still continues the next morning? How much money is being made? Do environmental laws, GRAP 3, GRAP 4, GRAP 5, GRAP 6, GRAP infinity apply only to us? Then there is the National Green Tribunal order dated November 3rd, 2025. Illegal mining acknowledged, directions issued. On paper, the system looks alive. That is why I request the government, I request the courts. This is not a matter to be debated on paper. The government, the central government minister, the Supreme Court judges must see what is happening on the ground and then ask us, is Republic wrong or is their assessment wrong? Is Republic wrong or is their assessment wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, we have filmed mining zones well outside that NGT order. From Alwar, we moved to Sikar. From there, we crossed to areas. These are all illegal, dangerous mining. There is mining happening under high-tension power lines. Minimum safety distance rules are broken. Mining inside what is deemed to be forest land. Mining hardly 30-40 feet from blasting zones. The law requires 10 times the distance, which means that there is tremendous greed. And that is why I am appealing to the Supreme Court and to the government. You make a definitional change, see how it will be exploited on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, when we interact with the mining mafia out there, we get phone calls from the mining mafia, we decide to meet these people in person, the meeting takes place, but we use a sting camera. Now, people can have views. Why is the network using a sting camera? We are using a sting camera because this is the last alternative for us to find the truth. And what do we find on sting? The mining owners say that authorities do not understand ground realities while framing rules. And they, in fact, say that even a state highway falls within a mining lease area. When we ask directly whether the mine owners bend the rules, change the rules, they affirm it. They respond affirmatively, stating, they say the rule book is very thick. Who's going to follow the rules? Enforcement varies depending on influence. And further, the mining owners say that no government department operates without irregularities and dismiss concerns about the 100-meter safety limit as misleading propaganda. What I'm saying to the government, both at the center and the state, and to the Supreme Court, which should ongoing read the matter, see the matter, and not take it as a battle between Republic and Supreme Court. It is not. It is not a battle for us with Supreme Court, whether vis-a-vis Supreme Court or government. We are only saying what is right. And we are saying when you make a definitional change, what we are proving to you is the rules are broken today. Imagine the extent to which they'll be broken tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, what is unfortunate is these people, when they realize that Republic has found things which are extraordinary, they even tried to bribe our reporter. She's going to join us today. We're so proud of her for the way she conducted herself in dangerous situations. And this is what I would like to say to the Supreme Court, to the courts of the country. They make so many statements about media, so many blatant statements without seeing the good work that the media has done in this country. Without questioning, saying that is without the role of the media from CWG, 2G, Devas ISRO till this. So I don't want sweeping statements made by even the judiciary about the media. They should acknowledge the work we do. Courts say media does things for TRPs. What TRPs? TRPs are a consequence of the trust of the people. So these comments that are made sometimes are very loose. Ladies and gentlemen, what is our investigation proving? It's proving that mafia exists. Mining mafia exists despite laws, despite orders, despite inspection, despite penalties. Illegal mining is not a future risk. It is a present reality. It is a present reality. And I would say once again that this is journalism from the ground. Journalism must go to the ground. And that is what Republic, the only fully independent media and news network in the country, has done. I appeal to the authorities. I'm putting so many facts here, not just an editorial argument, but strong ground reporting, to consider the points that we are placing before them, to not look at this matter in some narrow adversarial stance, but to look at the substance of the points the Republic Media Network has put at the end of this year for the people of India to consider, for the government to consider, for the Supreme Court to consider. We demand once again that through the right procedures, we hope rather than demand, that the judgment of the three-judge bench of Justice Gawai will be stayed and there will be a deeper look at what's going on, given the fact that the future of the country is at stake.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting another breaking news, and this one's from Maharashtra. A major crackdown took place on illegal liquor sales in Pune. Liquor worth lakhs and rupees of 1.85 crore in cash have also been seized. A major case of illegal liquor sales has now come to light in a prohibition raid conducted today in the Kakade Vasti in Kondwa area. During the operation, a large stock of country-made and foreign liquor was seized. The total value of the seized liquor is said to be rupees 2,05,900, while rupees 1,41,050 rupees in cash was also seized from the spot. This strict action has dealt a major blow to the illegal liquor trade in the Kondwa area, and further investigation into the matter is now being conducted by the police. The Pune police has conducted a major crackdown on illegal liquor sales in Kondwa. All right, joining me live is my colleague Meenakshi. Meenakshi, this is a huge news that is coming in right now. The police has now nabbed this illegal liquor that was being made. Not just that, even 1.85 crore in cash has also been seized. Give us more details on this case.
Yes, as you have mentioned that a major crackdown on liquor sales was carried out in Pune, and the area is on Thursday, and the area is Kondwa. Now, according to officials, the raid was conducted in the area of Kondwa. It was Kakade Vasti, and where a large stock of illegal liquor was stored. Country-made and foreign liquor was stored there, and police seized lakhs of liquor which were worth lakhs of rupees, and the amount of cash is over 1 crore. And we are getting information that the total value of the seized liquor is estimated at 2,05,900, while 1,41,500 liquor, also foreign liquor, was seized by police. And the police said the operation has dealt a major significant blow to the illegal liquor sales, and further investigation is going on, but there is a major crackdown by Pune police. Absolutely. We can say that.
Absolutely. Meenakshi, also what we are coming to know is that this illegal liquor sale has come to light in a prohibition raid. So was the police working on a tip-off? Give us more details on how the raid was conducted in the first place.
As we know that Pune police regularly does these raids also, and this is recovered, as you have mentioned, that this liquor was seized during a prohibition raid in Kondwa area. So there are lots of area like Kondwa, like Kakade Vasti. There are lots of area in Pune where police regularly doing this type of raid, of prohibition raid, and now this was on Thursday. It was recovered from Kakade area, Kakade Vasti in Mundwa. So it's a large amount of cash recovered, and also a large, also a big blow in illegal liquor sales.
Right, Meenakshi, thank you for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into some other stories that we are tracking from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute. BJP National Working President Nitin Nabin, along with Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, offered prayers at Gurdwara Bangla Sahib in Delhi on the occasion of Veer Bal Divas. Chief Justice of India, Suryakant, planted a sapling during the mediation awareness walkathon organized by Bar Council of India. Justice Suryakant also participated in a cleanliness drive in Panjim. On the issue of tussle over CM position in Karnataka, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar says the tussle between the Chief Minister and Deputy CM is very serious and will lead to the collapse of the government. Shettar further added that the results of the by-elections go to show that public support has started shifting towards the BJP. Flight operations commence in Navi Mumbai. Navi Mumbai International Airport commenced its airside operations on 25th of December with the arrival of its first commercial flight. The aircraft was accorded a ceremonial water cannon salute on the arrival, a time-honored aviation tradition, marking NMIA's first commercial touchdown and departure. A deadly accident in Banihal when a speeding car rammed into another car in Ramban. A CBI prosecutor, Sheikh Adil Nabi, was critically injured and later succumbed to his injuries. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
A fatal accident. A speeding car rammed into another car. In the car was advocate Sheikh Adil Nabi, who was critically injured in the accident and then pronounced dead. Adil was a public prosecutor with the Central Bureau of Investigation in Chandigarh. The horrific accident was caught on camera. The accident happened in Ramban's Banihal, reportedly because the driver of the speeding car lost control, resulting in the death of the CBI prosecutor. Adil had been recently appointed as a public prosecutor with CBI. The Ramban police have arrested the accused.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very short break. On the other side, Republic Aravali sting blows the lid off the reality of illegal mining along the Aravalis. Mining mafia admits to breaking the law.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that...
On the other side, ladies and gentlemen, Republic Aravali sting blows the lid off the reality of illegal mining along the Aravalis. Mining mafia admits to breaking the law. Stay tuned. On the other side, Republic is live and breaking.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine conflict lie in 2014 anti-constitutional coup.
We did not start this war. This war began as a result of the anti-constitutional military coup in 2014 and then commencement of the military action against its own citizens in the southeast of Ukraine.
Republic Aravali sting blows the lid off the reality of illegal mining along the Aravallis. Mining mafia admits to breaking the law. Caught on the Aravalli sting, mining mafia tries to bribe the Republic reporter. Open attempt to cover up the truth about illegal mining. The amicus in the Aravali case till 2024, Harish Salve tells Ornab the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. Harish Salve bats for precautionary principle, bats for buffer zones around the Aravali ecosystem. And anger peaks over Delhi High Court's order in the Unnao rape case. Protests break out outside the Delhi High Court. Chorus grows for justice. Sheikh Hasina takes on Yunus government, says Yunus government perpetrating unspeakable atrocities against non-Muslims in Bangladesh. All right, viewers, let's begin with our first top story. Now, tensions erupted in Rajasthan's Chomu after people from a certain community pelted stones at the police after stones were being removed from a mosque complex. The stones, which had been lying on the roadside in a populated area of the city for a very long time, that was causing traffic congestion and even blockages. Considering the seriousness of the situation, Special Operations Commissioner Rahul Prakash, Additional Police Commissioner Dr. Rajiv Pashar and Manish Agrawal reached the spot. Senior police officers themselves took charge and brought the situation under control. Our reporters were on ground and they have filed exclusive reports. Have a look.
चोमू की तस्वीरें बदली हुई हैं मेरे पीछे। आप देखिए, प्रशासन के अधिकारी जो हैं वो इस वक्त फ्लैग मार्च में शामिल हैं और प्रशासन की तरफ से फ्लैग मार्च निकाला जा रहा है। यही वो इलाका है जहां पर बीती रात करीब 3 बजे पथराव हुए हैं। पुलिस के जवानों पर ये पथराव किए गए और उसके बाद प्रशासन का संदेश बिल्कुल साफ है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से किसी तरह से कहीं भी कोई समझौता नहीं किया जाएगा। ये बस स्टैंड का इलाका है। दूसरी तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाइए महेश जी आप। सारी दुकानें यहाँ पर बंद करा दी गई हैं एहतियात के तौर पर, और ये पूरा इलाका पुलिस छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया है। आगे मस्जिद की तस्वीर दिखाइए आप आगे मस्जिद की तस्वीर दिखाइए। यही है वो मस्जिद जहां पर यहीं पर काम चल रहा था, और इसी मस्जिद को लेकर यहाँ इन्हें लगा कि इस मस्जिद को हटा दिया जाएगा, तो यहाँ के लोग इकट्ठा हुए और प्रशासन पर ही पथराव कर दिया। कुछ पुलिसकर्मी जो हैं उन्हें चोट आई है। कलंदरी मस्जिद है ये देखिए आप, ये तस्वीर देखिए, फ्लैग मार्च की तस्वीर आप देखिए। इधर भी प्रशासन की टीम मौजूद है, आगे भी प्रशासन की टीम मौजूद है। आगे बिल्कुल ये जो आप देख रहे हैं एक रास्ता जो बाई तरफ जा रहा है, यहीं पर पथराव हुए हैं और इस इलाके में तमाम दुकानें बंद करा दी गई हैं। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से किसी तरह से कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं किया जाएगा, यह आला अधिकारियों का कहना है। ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये देखिए आपको यहाँ पर कांच के टुकड़े और पत्थरों के निशान मिलेंगे। यहीं पर बीती रात में पथराव हुआ है। ये देखिए आप, ये देखिए आगे में आपको ये देखिए, ये कांच देखिए आप, तो ये यहाँ पर शीशे के बॉटल और पत्थर पुलिस प्रशासन पर फेंके गए हैं। ये देखिए अब यहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स की जो टीम है वो पहुंची हुई है रात से ही, और फ्लैग मार्च के बाद ये सीधे तौर पर संदेश दिया गया है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से कहीं कोई समझौता नहीं किया जाएगा। ये उधर भी आ रहे हैं, ये दिखाइए, ये भी है आरोपी, ये इधर भी है, ये भी दो है, चेहरा दिखाइए, ये देखिए दो और इधर ये भी पकड़ा गया। ये देखिए ये दर्जन भर से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक पकड़ लिए गए। बोलो क्या हुआ था?
नहीं सर, हम लोग नहीं है सर, हम लोग
तो पुलिस क्यों पकड़ के ले जा रही भाई?
पता नहीं सर, हम लोग तो गरीब।
कहाँ थे जब पथराव हुआ था?
हम लोग सो रहे थे सर।
कितनी दूरी पर? कौन सा घर है तुम्हारा?
उधर कमरे।
तो पता नहीं चला कि पत्थर चल रहा है इधर पुलिस वालों पर?
सो रहे थे दिन भर में।
अरे पुलिस पर पत्थर चल गया, आप दिन में रात में सो रहे थे? बोलो। तो ये देखिए अब तक, ये देखिए, बताइए कहाँ थे जब पत्थर हुआ? पत्थर चला रहे थे पुलिस में?
भाई परदेसी आदमी, हम लोग तो काम करने वाले आदमी, हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं किए थे भाई।
पथराव हुआ कहाँ थे
भाई? हम लोग कमरा में थे भाई, हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं किए भाई।
पुलिस काहे पकड़ रही है फिर?
तो हम लोग कुछ किए ही नहीं भाई, हम लोग।
ये देखिए दर्जन भर से ज्यादा अब तक, दर्जन भर से। इधर देखिए एक आरोपी है, ये एक और आरोपी, ये देखिए कहाँ थे? पत्थर चला रहे थे?
मैं नहीं सर, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सर।
कहाँ है घर आपका?
हम लोग झारखंड के।
नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम रकीब है सर, रकीब।
जब पथराव हुआ कहाँ थे?
हम लोग होटल में काम कर रहे थे सर, हम लोग काम करते होटल में।
पता नहीं चला?
नहीं सर, हम लोग
पुलिस पर पत्थर चल रहे थे, पता
नहीं सर, हमने नहीं देखे साहब, कुछ नहीं देखे साहब।
किसी को नहीं पता है?
नहीं सर, हम लोग।
ये देखिए एक दर्जन से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक पकड़ लिए गए हैं, और एक एक करके आरोपी पकड़ के अंदर से निकाले जा रहे हैं।
पे परमानेंट अतिक्रमण करने की कोशिश की थी, इसको हम समझाइश से उसको हटवा रहे थे। इसी दौरान कुछ असामाजिक तत्वों द्वारा वहाँ पे पथराव किया पुलिस पर, जिसमें हमारे कुछ जवानों के चोटें आई है। उसमें हम प्रकरण पंजीबद्ध कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे।
अभी हालात को नियंत्रण में रखने के लिए क्या कुछ किया?
नहीं, हमारे यहाँ पर्याप्त जाब्ता तैनात है और आप देख रहे हैं पूर्णतः यहाँ पे शांति है।
क्या कहेंगे जिस तरीके से आधी रात में पुलिस के जवानों पर यह पथराव हुआ है, इस मामले में किस तरीके से एक्शन लिया जाए?
नहीं, इनके खिलाफ हम सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो भी असामाजिक तत्व है उनको किसी भी रूप से बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
क्या इससे पहले भी कोई विवाद की तस्वीर नजर आई थी मस्जिद को लेकर?
नहीं, ये काफी टाइम से विवादित जगह है, लेकिन कुछ से यहाँ पे अतिक्रमण था जिसको इनकी आपसी सहमति से हटाया गया था, लेकिन कुछ परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पे खड़ा कर दिया था जिसको लेकर ऑब्जेक्शन था।
कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 8 से 10 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोट आई।
नहीं, हम कुछ जवानों को हमारी चोटें आई है, उनका हमने मेडिकल कराया, जो भी होगा हम कार्रवाई करेंगे।
So these were the reports of tensions in Jammu in Rajasthan. Let's move on to our next top story. Now, as the Save Aravali's campaign becomes India's biggest talking point, Republic brings you the detailed investigative report exposing the illegal mining happening across the state of Rajasthan. Have a look.
On December 19th, I left the national capital for Rajasthan. The epicenter of a growing battle to protect India's ancient hills. After a journey of over 5 hours, I reached Pawana Ahir, and this is what I saw. Right now, I'll show you the situation because it is caught on our camera. As you can see, there are 3 trucks. When we came here, when Republic came here, this was a well-lit area. Mining was going on. And as per the DGMC order, no mining is allowed post-sunset. So the allowed time period is between sunrise to sunset. But we reached here around half an hour ago, and this entire area I am showing you, which is pitch dark right now. This was completely well lit. There you can see there are 3 trucks who are functioning, who are carrying out the mining, illegal mining of that sorts. And the moment they saw us arriving, they started turning off the lights one by one. All these trucks who were working, they became stationary, and now this entire area, which was very well lit just 15 minutes ago, is completely pitch black. A clear violation of an order issued by the Directorate General of Mine Safety. This is not an isolated case. Just 15 kilometers from Pawana Ahir is a Jeetpura village in Kotputli. Here, permission was granted for limestone and dolomite mining, but mining was carried out for other material used in road construction. These are the ranges which are normally used for the mining of chuna patti, which is a kind of construction material. But these companies with the lease of chuna patti are actually using this location for mining of cement. That grey material that you see all around, that is actually cement. The blue water, they have dug so deep beyond the permissible limit which they are allowed to dig, that they have reached the underwater level, and that blue, that animated blue color that you see of the water, that is because of the explosion, that is because of the chemicals that they use for blasting the site. The other, on the off end, you can see the rock pieces. You cannot sell those as per law, but these companies are allegedly selling those rock pieces to crushers. So basically what they're doing is, they have a lease of some construction material, but they are mining something else, and then they are even making money off the residue, which they're not even allowed to sell legally. By now, word had spread that the Republic team was exposing the mining mafia. Calls started pouring in from locals. Mining here, they said, is carried out with complete impunity.
हमारे बारे में यहाँ पे कोई नहीं सोच रहा है. यहाँ पे है ना, जो पहले भी सीमेंट का प्लांट लगा था, उससे पूरा मतलब कि हमारा गांव पूरा भ्रष्ट हो चुका है. ना तो हमको सांस लेने, मेरे को खुद को अस्थमा की दिक्कत है. कोई मतलब बिरला वाले देख नहीं रहे, कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा. अब हमने है ना एनजीटी के अंदर केस दायर किया था, वो केस हम जीत चुके हैं. इसके बाद में हमारी कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो. हर ऐसा कोई भी घर नहीं है जहाँ पे दरार ना हो.
ये कोर्ट के आदेशों की अवहेलना कर रहे हैं. जो भी अरावली श्रृंखला में आते हैं उनको अवैध लीज करवा करके पहले जो 100 मीटर से ऊपर का भी एरिया तोड़ते हैं. जब तक रिपोर्ट पे एक्शन होता है तब तक पहाड़ को अरावली श्रृंखला से बाहर कर देते हैं. ये तोड़ करके 100 मीटर से नीचे कर लेते हैं उसको. इस वजह से हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ी भी खतरे में पड़ेगी. आने वाली पीढ़ी को हम क्या जवाब देकर जाएंगे जब उनको शुद्ध हवा, पानी, इनकी व्यवस्था ही गवर्नमेंट या और हम माता पिता नहीं कर पाएंगे, गार्जियन वगैरह इनकी व्यवस्था नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो आने वाली पीढ़ी क्या कहेगी इसको.
People live just 40 feet from active mining zones, where the law mandates a minimum distance of 300 meters.
It's a big development coming here right now. You can see these are the pictures from Kolkata. The Hindu groups are protesting on what's happening in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, as you very well know, Deepu Chandra Das was killed. He was beaten to death. He was set ablaze. He was set on fire. And then another Hindu man was killed in Bangladesh. As you can see, They have stepped on the picture of Muhammad Yunus. So they're clearly angry. They are very angry. These are the Hindu groups. These are the live pictures, exclusive pictures you are getting right now. These are the pictures from Kolkata. They are pretty angry. You also saw previous protests where the police lathi charged on the protesters in West Bengal. Now, these are the exclusive pictures you can see. As you can very well see, these are the images of Muhammad Yunus. They are protesting. They are angry, they are saddened, and a lot of people have gathered, a lot of protesters have gathered, and they are demanding the security of Hindus in Bangladesh. There have been reports since the takeover, as Sheikh Hasina says, the illegal takeover of government by Muhammad Yunus, the caretaker government that doesn't want to leave the chair, and this is a protest. See what they're holding placards. They say, ignite yourself with Israeli commitment. They want the commitment to be at par with what the Israelis have in mind, the way Israelis manage, the way Israel manages their borders. And it's a big protest. Since a few days, we have been seeing a lot of protests happening by the Hindu groups against what's happening in Bangladesh, against Muhammad Yunus, that some action should be taken. Time was better. It was better for Hindus during the time when Sheikh Hasina was ruling Bangladesh. Security was guaranteed for Hindus in Bangladesh. There was harmony. There was peace. Now, there's none of it in Bangladesh. These are the exclusive pictures we are getting right now. They stir outside Bangladesh High Commission. Hindu groups protest in Kolkata. This again is a protest. These are visuals. These are optics of the protest that is happening right now. They have the Hindu flags in their hand, Sanatani flags in their hand, and they are demanding justice for those who have been killed and the ways Hindus are being treated in Bangladesh. Uncalled for behavior, the way they are being treated. People are being beaten to death and being set ablaze in the middle of the road by radicalists in Bangladesh. The situation is not good for Hindus in Bangladesh. It's pretty tense for Hindus in Bangladesh, and you can see a nationwide support, I'll say worldwide support by the Hindus, for the Hindus in Bangladesh, and this protest is happening in Kolkata by the public of Kolkata. The people of Kolkata are protesting. They are doing a sit-in protest. As you can see, there is a heavy security deployment. Kolkata police, as you can see, they are in their full gear. They are ready to manage the crowd. We hope this will not be mishandled as it was earlier. For more information, we are being joined by Kisle. Kisle, what are the latest developments? We can see a large amount of heavy security deployment and large amount of people out there.
Sanghotia organization in Kolkata, Hindu organization is in Kolkata. They are protesting. They are protesting in front of Bangladesh High Commission. Now, this is about 100 meters away from Bangladesh High Commission, where a huge amount of heavy deployment has been set up by Kolkata police. We also see guardrails, which are about 7 feet high, which have been placed in that area so that the crowd, the protesters, cannot cross that guardrail and enter into the vicinity of Bangladesh High Commission. So we saw the last time Kolkata police resorted lathi charge, brutal lathi charge against the Hindu protesters and Hindu saints. We saw how they were beaten up, we saw how they were beating the protesters after brutal lathi charge by Mamata Banerjee's police. Today the police have arranged for additional guardrails which are 7 feet high. These have been welded to the ground so that these guardrails cannot be broken or cannot be moved by the protesters. However, a large number of protesters are sitting in front of Bangladesh.
मुसलमान है वो जिहाद का फेर का अलग से अच्छा कुछ लिखा पढ़ा करे, अच्छा कुछ धर्म लिए जिहाद का फेर नहीं चलेगा. ये हमारा अमेंडमेंट चाहिए, कुरान का अमेंडमेंट चाहिए. बांग्लादेश हाई कमिश्नर कुरान का अमेंडमेंट करिए. मेरा नाम शांतनु सिंह, हम इसका प्रेसिडेंट है.
All right, Kisle, over to you for more details. We are getting in live reactions at the moment. Kisle, what's more happening out there?
Sanghati is right now holding the protest. We see Shantanu Singho, the president of Hindu Sanghati, right now was giving a bite us right now, and he was saying that he wants justice. That is what the protesters are saying. We saw how Disperse was killed in Bangladesh, Hindu youth was killed in Bangladesh, beaten up, burned. We saw yesterday another Hindu youth called Mandi was also killed. Now, in the same way,
हिंदू शासन की तरफ से हमारा बांग्लादेश हाई कमीशन घेराव कर रही है, इसीलिए कर रहा हूँ जे परवर्ती काल में जैसे परवर्ती दिन में जैसे हम लोग हिंदू सुरक्षित रह सकते, इसीलिए हम लोग प्रतिवाद जाना रहे। और ये लोग ये बात बता सकता हूँ जो बांग्लादेश सरकार को एक पैगाम देना चाहता हूँ, बांग्लादेश हिंदू सरकार सुन ले, हम लोग जो इंडिया वासी है ना, ये पश्चिम बंगाल का हिंदू है ना, चूड़ी पर के
All right, these are the live visuals. As you can clearly see, people are angry and they want action to happen. And they want action to happen in Bangladesh, and they want the Bangladesh government to save Hindus. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next segment. Now, as Republic's Aravali sting. All right. We'll cut across back to what's happening in Kolkata and what's happening, the protests that are happening in Kolkata against the way Hindus are being treated, and the way it clearly shows their anger. They are on the streets. The Hindu groups are on the streets. They are clearly protesting, quite unhappy, and they are demanding justice. They are demanding justice for Hindus. They are demanding their security, and as they always have said. Now see, this is the picture of Muhammad Yunus, and a protester with a shoe in his hand is going to beat the face of Muhammad Yunus. See, these are live pictures. This clearly shows the anger of the protesters. Clearly spitting on the image of Muhammad Yunus, clearly angry because they know this government which is at present in Bangladesh, they are angry at the government, the caretaker government, because they know they are not protecting the Hindus, they are not protecting the minorities out there. Sheikh Hasina also had slammed Muhammad Yunus over the condition of non-Muslims out there, on the condition of minorities. We are being joined by Kisle back again. Kisle, we can clearly see the anger, and the message is clear. They want justice for Hindus in Bangladesh. Kisle, over to you.
They want justice for Hindus in Bangladesh. On the other hand, they are also protesting against the incident of brutally lathi-charging Hindu protesters in front of Bangladesh High Commission a few days back by Mamata Banerjee's police. So Hindus have the basic right to protest. That is what they're saying. If Hindus cannot protest in their own country, in India, in Kolkata, then where will the Hindus protest? In Bangladesh, Hindus are being killed. Their houses are being burnt. Yesterday, we saw that 10 houses belonging to Hindus were burnt at a time. We saw Amrit Mondal, a youth, was killed yesterday. Mob lynching again. We saw how Deepu Das was lynched and killed on fake charges, false charges, which had no basis, which had no evidences. Hindus are being targeted every day in Bangladesh. On protest of that, we saw a large number of Hindus were gathering in front of Bagan, Bangladesh Deputy High Commission the last time, but they were beaten up, lathi charged, they were bleeding, they were dragged, and still now 19 of those protesters are in jail, in Mamata Banerjee's jail. Today they'll be taken up to court again, produced in the court again. So 12 of these Hindu protesters who have been still now in custody behind the bars, these Hindu groups are also demanding that they should be released as soon as possible. So multiple demands by these Hindu youths and Hindu protesters who are right now very close to Bangladesh High Commission. They are demanding Hindu security has to be ensured. They are demanding all the Hindu protesters who were arrested the last time needs to be released as soon as possible unconditionally. And they are also demanding that the right to protest for Hindus should be maintained in Kolkata. However, there is a huge number of police personnel who have been deployed in front of Bangladesh High Commission. Not only that, unprecedented visuals of huge guardrails that are about 7 feet tall have been also welded into the ground so that these cannot be broken or moved by the protesters. The protesters are sitting in front of those guardrails. They are on the ground. They are sitting with those posters demanding for justice for Hindus. They are demanding justice not only for the Hindus in Bangladesh, but also who were arrested and beaten up last time by Mamata Banerjee's police in West Bengal. This organization is called Hindu Sanghati. They are holding this rally. In a while, we will also see Shubhendu Adhikari is supposed to arrive near Bangladesh High Commission because he had declared that he will be coming to Bangladesh High Commission today to submit a deputation. So we are looking forward to that, whether Shubhendu Adhikari will also come and join this crowd, join these protesters, or he will be entering the Bangladesh High Commission, whether he'll be allowed to do that, because he had also a plan to enter the Bangladesh High Commission, meet the Deputy High Commissioner and give him a deputation and protest against the killing of Hindus in Bangladesh. That is yet to happen. Already Hindu Sanghati members are in front of the Bangladesh Deputy High Commission in Kolkata, Bagan area, and things are getting heated up right now as we see live visuals coming in, angry protesters on the streets.
All right, Kisle, is the police showing restraint? Because the previous visuals that we saw, the police resorted, for the last protest, they resorted to lathi charge. Many were bleeding profusely, and there were allegations of manhandling the protesters, and the way police treated them was not appropriate. This time, has the police shown restraint?
Well, as I was saying, that the police had arranged for unprecedented security in front of the Bangladeshi Deputy High Commission in Kolkata. Kolkata police also arranged for unusually high guardrails that are welded to the ground. And these guardrails are so strongly welded to the ground that these cannot be moved or these cannot be broken. Last time we saw normal guardrails and barricades were put up, which were moved and broken by the protesters who wanted to move inside a little bit closer to the Deputy High Commission. So this time the police is taking all measures in order to ensure that these protesters don't go anywhere nearby the Deputy High Commission.
All right, Kisle, keep a watch on what's happening there. It's an unfolding story, developing story. All right, viewers, coming up, protests in Kolkata against what's happening in Bangladesh. They demand the security of Hindus in Bangladesh.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that you see on the other end, which are carrying those residual pebbles, those are also they are not legally allowed to sell those, but they're not only doing illegal work, they're also making double profit out of whatever is left here. They're making profit illegally out of the Aravali hills, the lungs of the Delhi NCR, the home for several hundreds of people, wildlife, and so much more. As we know that recently the Supreme Court has accepted the new definition of the Aravali range, where any mountain which is under the height of 100 meters will not be considered as a part of Aravali range. Now, what will be the repercussions of it? And
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine conflict lie in 2014.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin we'll bring you top national and international stories. But first up, the headlines. Republic Aravali sting blows the lid off the reality of illegal mining along the Aravallis. Mining mafia admits to breaking the law. Caught on the Aravalli sting, mining mafia tries to bribe the Republic reporter. Open attempt to cover up the truth about illegal mining. The amicus in the Aravali case till 2024, Harish Salve tells Ornab the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. Anger of what's happening in the Aravalli's 100-meter point is irrelevant, says Harish Salve. Anger peaks over Delhi High Court's order in the Unnao rape case. Protests break out outside the Delhi High Court. Chorus grows for justice. Also, Sheikh Hasina takes on Yunus government, says Yunus government perpetrating unspeakable atrocities against non-Muslims in Bangladesh. All right, viewers, let's start from our first top story. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has raised an alarm claiming a rise in the Muslim population in the state. That's the word coming in from Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV. While he raises the alarm data says that states that border Bangladesh is fighting a rampant infiltration issue. With these numbers from Assam, it cannot be ruled out that a major demography change is attributed to the unchecked influence of Bangladeshi infiltrators.
The question on demography, when you said that 40% of it becoming Muslim population in the state of Assam, many argued that is this an alarmist way of looking at it, or is it something that was happening for a very long time and there was no national gaze on this issue?
I think in a state where native become a minority or in the process of becoming a minority, I think it raises a high alarm, because in India, no other state demography is being changed because of infiltration. Supreme Court of India, while deciding a case for Assam, it has clearly stated that Assam is facing demographic invasion. The process was started right from 1940s, but from 1961 onwards, it has accelerated. In 2011 census, the Muslim population in Assam has been recognized at 34%. Every year, the trend of increase is 4%. So, if there would have been census in 2021, it would have been 38%. And today, as we are in 2025, so add another 2% into it, so it's 40%. So, if you somehow say that no, last 10 years inflation has come down, or if you attribute some positivity that yes, something has happened on ground, then maximum it will be reduced by 1%.
Right.
So today, 39 to 40%. Now, how this has happened? A kind of chain of influx has happened in Assam. Population from a other country came to Assam. They have their children, they have their grandchildren, and in the process, the native people are being pushed into the wall.
Do you think this is, when you look at the time period, because many would also argue that this is on for a very long time, and somewhere down the line there was not much that was essential in it. The foreign tribunal came in at a much later stage.
You see, whether it is a long time or it is a short time, statistics says that all these happened post 1960. So what Assam gained from independence, from because these are the period where in fact post-freedom, post-independence, we should have been strengthened.
But what explains the sudden spike from 1991? No, what led to this kind of a spike?
There is no spike, there is an even pattern. Every census increase is 4%. So neither spike, neither no spike. The momentum is continue, and today this is the result.
Is it infiltration or is it a natural population growth?
It is a fast, it is a infiltration, and obviously those who has come in, they will produce children also. I am a Bangladeshi person, I entered into Assam, then definitely I will have my children also. So it is both homegrown, but who was the father, who was the mother? They all were from Bangladesh. So it is a homegrown as well as infiltration. Once you enter into Assam, definitely you are going to produce 8, 9, 7 children. So multiplication factor happens when you entered into Assam and you settle down, then multiplication takes place.
Ladies and gentlemen, last night outside the Mysuru palace, there was an explosion. Now we were told that it was a cylinder explosion. Some called it a helium cylinder explosion. But looking at the pictures of the intensity of that explosion, now one life was lost. A man called Salim, a vendor who reportedly was camping in Mysuru for the last 15 days, staying at a lodge. Salim was staying at a lodge for the last 15 days. There was an explosion. And the police initially called it an explosion, only ruling out any terror angle. But the NIA is investigating the story now, investigating whether it could be linked to a terror module and whether there could be more than just an explosion. Was it actually an explosion or was it an attack? Now that's the focus of the investigation. Now these are the pictures that came in last night from the site of the blast outside the palace in Bengaluru, in Mysuru, I beg your pardon. And we're picking up more details of Salim. Salim, who was killed in the explosion, had reportedly entered the Mysuru palace premises. He had taken some photographs inside. Now, those are pictures of the Salim who was killed in the blast. Police are investigating. Let's show the site of the blast, please. The site of the blast. Police are investigating when and how Salim gained entry into the Mysuru palace. Authorities are also examining the purpose of Salim's visit to the palace. Investigators have intensified the investigation to determine whether Salim was engaged only in selling balloons or was he involved in any other activity. Abhishek is joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, we are hearing that he was staying there for some time now. Is that correct?
Yeah, with the latest information, whatever we have grabbed as of now, it is believed that Salim was a resident in one of the local areas of Mysuru. Was the purpose of his resident in Mysuru was only to the purpose of selling balloons, or did he have any hidden agenda is the point of question which has to be found out during the course of investigation, Niranjan. However, it is believed that he also had the pictures of himself within the Mysuru palace, and this has created the point of doubt in the investigating officers because the picture speaks a lot than various other information which have been grasped as of now. How did he get inside of the Mysuru palace? What did he walk in as a normal tourist? Was his phone allowed to within the Mysuru palace? Or did he have any other intentions of sending the pictures to any other agencies? Or there are various other points in which the investigation are Mysuru police, because it has been told that he was in Mysuru for a couple of days, and was he the resident of Mysuru?
For a longer term, or was he on a project in Mysuru? So these some of the things in which the investigation are happening as of now, but we will have to wait and see what the police will have to unfold for the people of the state, Niranjan.
Yeah, we have the FIR copy. The FIR copy mentions Salim, 40 years old, and it seeks an investigation. Now, what does the FIR mention? Do we have more details of the FIR? What more do we know about Salim? How many days he was there? There are some pictures that he had also taken reportedly, right? Do we know, whether he came there with the intent of just being a vendor? Is there more? Can you tell us a little bit more, please, of what is in the FIR and what more we know about Salim?
Well, with respect to the FIR, Niranjan, it mentions that the complainant is a person named Kotresh Birappa Gutter, who has mentioned that one of his relatives who was en route the Mysuru Palace and in front of the Jayamartanda gate, a blast happened at around 5 in the evening. As per his information, he mentions that around 8:30 they were waiting at Jayamartanda gate, and at point of time a balloon vendor who was placed on the footpath. He also mentions that he bought 3 balloons, after which the cylinder blast happened, and he also mentions that around 10 meters away were the people who were thrown after the blast. He also mentions that the person who was selling the balloon, indirectly he is naming Salim, he might have been in between age 40 and 45. And also they have mentioned the injury, the type of injuries that all these 4 persons have incurred as of now. And also the FIR mentions that Lakshmi, Manjula, Shahina, Shabir have been injured seriously in this accident or the blast which happened the previous night. And also he mentions that he has recognized the balloon vendor as Salim, who is around 40 years. He also mentions that nirlakshate, in the meaning to say that there were no safety precautions or measures taken, is what the complainant has mentioned in the FIR. And also it is mentioned that he was selling balloons on the bicycle by keeping the cylinder on the carrier. So these are some of the major points or the primary points which the FIR has mentioned as of now. And we've also seen that Kotresh Birappa Gutter, who is point number 1, Shehana, Shabir, Vedashri, Lakshmi and Manjula are the people who are injured, and also some of the accomplices or the family members of these persons have also been injured and also are undergoing treatment in Mysuru's hospital as of now. So when Seema Latkar, the commissioner of Mysuru Police, spoke to the media, she has mentioned that the identification process and the collection of data of the accused person or the person who has bred last, Mr. Salim, is being taken into consideration. His Aadhaar card has been verified. She also mentioned that he is a resident of Uttar Pradesh, and a team is also behind Salim's whereabouts, his neighborhood, and whomsoever he was in contact with. The call details records have been started to pile up in the police directory as of now. And also, we have been informed that some of the persons who were the close associates or the friends of Salim, who the balloon vendor, are on a run as of now, or probably hiding out at this point of time, unable to bear the shock of losing their friend, or probably this might have been a collective team effort from another organization which might have been anti-national. So, with this point of time, various other agencies are keeping a close watch on the Mysuru incident, because it was not only Mysuru. In the last couple of days or weeks, we have also seen one of the blasts which happened at the Red Fort in Delhi. So the entire nation is at alert. The Union Home Minister had also directed all the Home Ministers of the entire India to keep on high alert, after which Dr. G. Parmeshwara, who reacted on the same issue, has mentioned that he has demanded a report from the senior-most officials as to why the blast happened, and also he has questioned the officials how the helium cylinder came into a public place when it has been banned in the usage at this point of time. But we are waiting to see a response from the Mysuru Commissioner as of now. And also we have been informed that the NIA officials will be visiting Mysuru soon to get the first-hand information on what happened yesterday. Was this an accident or a planned event? If at all this was a planned event, where did the plan of theirs go wrong? Because it was only the balloon vendor who has bred this last, and also 4 of the people have been injured. If at all this was a collective effort from an organization, the NIA will make sure they lay their hands on all the persons who are involved in this, and they are going to collect all the details against the people who might have been involved. To make sure that all the benefits of doubts are eliminated, the NIA will collect the primary most data with the support of the Mysuru City Police and their local officials as well. And also, the NIA will also keep under the radar the Mysuru Police, because of lately we have seen various other policemen who are involved themselves in various other crimes happening throughout the state. So, in various other points of view, the NIA will carry out investigation, after which they might eliminate some of the choices or chances. Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Those are pictures that are coming in from Mysuru. Was it a cylinder explosion, or is there more? NIA team likely to visit the blast site in a short while from now and will be investigating more into the details of it. Moving on to some top stories from across the country. A quick look of the top stories, Bharat, in 1 minute. BJP National Working President Nitin Nabin visited the Bangla Sahib. These are pictures that are coming in. Along with Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa offered prayers at the Gurudwara Bangla Sahib on the occasion of Veer Bal Divas. On the issue of tussle over CM position in Karnataka, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar said tussle between CM, Deputy CM extremely serious and will lead to the collapse of the government. Shettar further added, results of the by-elections go to show that public support has started shifting towards the BJP. And those are pictures that came in of the drone show earlier. In fact, on the eve of the commencement of operations at Navi Mumbai International Airport, a drone show featuring 1,515 drones was organized to mark airport's operational launch. The drones moved in seamless coordination, creating striking aerial formations. And ladies and gentlemen, last night on the debate with Arnab, Kuldeep Sengar's story, and then you had the Vadodara youth who was granted bail after ploughing into 9 people in March this year, was also granted bail. And then a series of recent orders where victims themselves have begun questioning as some of the court orders come under public case. This is what we reported and how Arnab looked at it on the debate last night.
Ladies and gentlemen, why do I ask questions? Why did I grill the person who till recently was Chief Justice of India to a point where I felt he started feeling uncomfortable? Let me tell you, viewers, I don't feel good putting an ex-Chief Justice of India on the mat, but I'm compelled to. After all, he was the Chief Justice of India. But he must also understand, and the judiciary of this country needs to understand, that justice is not done in a vacuum. The judiciary in this country must understand that people are putting it under scrutiny. And several decisions of the judiciary have been extremely, not controversial, but questionable of late. The judiciary must understand that yes, they have the right to bring in a lot of subjectivity into their decisions, but sometimes when they themselves cannot answer in a convincing way, someone needs to ask. If I don't ask, if Republic don't ask, doesn't ask, who will? Who will in this country? Viewers, we must be very careful of an understanding between the executive and the judiciary. A battle of turf between the judiciary and the executive in which the people are not given a stake. It seems to be a narrow definitional fight for turf between powerful politicians and powerful judiciary. And in that process, ladies and gentlemen, you, the people, are set aside. How many cases are there as of now? Let me tell you, this is what the judiciary must think: 4.5 crore cases pending. Today, this massive backlog, 45 to 50 million cases pending, is a black spot on the judiciary, including appellate court, Supreme Court, High Court, lower court. What's going on in this country? And then the judges speak of accountability. I asked them tonight, yes, you have 5 crore cases pending. You will give multiple reasons why so many cases are pending. But I'll tell you which cases are not pending, ladies and gentlemen. The Supreme Court says of accountability that India cannot have 2 parallel legal systems. One for the rich and resourceful and those who wield power, and the other for small men without resources, without capabilities to gain justice. I'm quoting the courts to the courts, ladies and gentlemen. The courts are aware of the dangers when people begin to feel there are 2 parallel systems of justice, one for the rich, the powerful, the connected, the politicians. those who can buy those expensive advocates, and the others who get crushed by the system itself. Case after case after case in this country. The system of justice is failing the poor people of India, the vulnerable, the middle class, and the underprivileged sections of our society. 5 cases I want to start by talking about tonight. 1, the 23-year-old super rich brat Rakshit Chaurasia, under the influence of drugs, THC and codeine, takes his expensive car, drives it at 140 kilometers per hour in Vadodara, mowed down 2 two-wheelers, kills 1 woman, injures 8 others, including children, and then comes out and says, I want one more round, one more round, one more round. He says, listen to this.
Another round! Another round! Another round! Another round!
And this rich brat, the judiciary of India says, let him free. The judiciary says, oh, he's just 23-year-old, give him a chance to reform. I want to ask the judiciary, what's going on? What are you doing? It's proven he was under the influence of drugs. He's not a minor at his age. There are people who, wearing the Indian uniform, have sacrificed their lives for the nation during Kargil. But the judiciary says, give him bail. Give this super rich brat a chance to reform. And let me now tell you another thing. In Pune's Kalyani Nagar, a 17-year-old drinking alcohol before getting behind the wheel of a multi-crore Porsche killed 2 young software engineers. And the court said, give him bail, let him write a 300-word essay, give him a chance to reform. And the entire evidence was tampered in that case. The judiciary says, give him a chance to reform. After all, what have they done? They've only killed people. Is that a big thing? Perhaps not for the judiciary. And then the judiciary must ask itself what its credibility will be. Where will be the credibility of the appellate judiciary of the country if a politician, after raping a 17-year-old girl, killing her father, attempting to kill her, killing 2 of her aunts, ladies and gentlemen, convicted of rape and murder, is freed under a technical reason that he has not committed aggravated assault. What aggravated assault? What technical ground is the judiciary talking about? Why is the judiciary looking like it looks for a needle in a haystack to find an argument which will allow a powerful person to get away? Is this the approach of the judiciary towards the common man? No. Was that the approach of the judiciary in the case of Aravali, where again, for a technical definitional reason, the courts go out of their way in the Aravali case, out of their way to change the definition of an entire 2 billion-year-old mountain range, opening it up to date, all kinds of exploitation, mining, quarrying, so that some people can make money. Are these not double standards? Did the Sandesara brothers, once accused of corruption, on which political parties took a strong position, not buy their way into freedom by paying 5,000 plus crore rupees as per a Supreme Court order? So the rich get away and are given ways to get away. The poor are crushed, the middle class are ignored. Acid attack survivor, how many cases do I tell you? Shaheen Malik was an MBA student from Panipat. Yesterday, 3 individuals, 16 years after they were charged in the 2009 case, were acquitted on grounds of lack of evidence. The victim says, I feel broken not by the violence but by the order. I trusted the system for 16 years. I trusted the system. When people lose trust in the system, is it not time for the judiciary of this country to start thinking? To start thinking. I'm doing my job. Let me tell you, once a Supreme Court judge filed a 100 crore defamation case on me because apparently in the channel I ran, for a few seconds a wrong picture went for a technical reason with a wrong name, for which clarification after clarification after clarification was put out, but no, it was said that I should pay 100 crore rupees. I stood up in court with 2 of the greatest lawyers of the country standing for me. Then I was told that as a guarantee, 20 crore rupees is to be paid. My point is not that. I will fight every legal case against me, for I never do any wrong. But I will say this tonight, if a prestige of a judge is worth 100 crore rupees for a small few seconds of a technical error, what is the value of the life of a common man in this country? Common man in this country. I have no problem. Take on Republic, take on Arnab Goswami, file cases, do whatever you want. But stand for the common person in this country. And then I find it strange that when a politician rapes a 17-year-old, kills her father or aunt, when a 24-year-old under the influence of drugs kills people on the road, the courts are very forgiving. Very forgiving. What happened in the case of Yashwant Verma? What happened in the case of the burning cash? Did the courts of this country, did the judiciary of this country give us a true feeling that they were concerned about the corruption in the highest courts of the country, or was that matter also dealt with in a manner to buy time and take it away from the courts of public opinion? And I want to say to the lordships, I have the greatest of respect for you, but beyond the courts is also the court of public opinion. People are watching what happened to the Yashwant Verma case. And I'm raising this particularly because we, the people of India, must know that we must not be taken by this debate going on between the executive and the judiciary, where the judiciary says that the executive must not get into our turf, and the executive says the judiciary must not try and enter our territory in this territorial battle between powerful judges and powerful politicians. What about the people of India? What about the people of India? Ladies and gentlemen, what about the people? Judiciary and courts are not for optics. Republic stands for the people of this country. And still I say, the executive and the courts can redeem themselves. But only if they want to. Not if they say that these points that Arnab or Republic are raising are to be addressed adversarially. Put me in the courts, I will answer the courts of this country. For I have nothing but clear intent. And with the clarity of intent with which I followed the Aravali case, I ask the judiciary and the executive, I have five demands. Restore the faith of the people of the country in the institutions that we are proud of. One, reverse the Chaurasia case. You cannot let a drug-induced killer, super rich, get away. Reverse it. All the vacations if required. In the Sengar case, do not let anger simmer. Do not let a politician rape and murder, and after that appear to get away. Justice must not just be done, it must be seen to be done. Number 3, allow the review petitions immediately. Don't even wait till after the holidays. Review, stay, reverse the Aravali judgment of Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavai, who with the greatest of respect was unable to answer questions of judicial precedent when I questioned him. 4th, on the acid attack case, intervene. When victims start saying that the system is not to be trusted, that is something which must set alarm bells ringing in the judiciary. And finally, in the Pune Porsche case, remember the lives of the middle class matter, not just the rich, however politically connected. From my side, I say tonight, the courts and the judiciary and the politicians of this country can redeem themselves, but only if they want to. Only if they want to, not if they feel they are not under anybody's scrutiny. And I have no agenda in this, but I must say this tonight. Where is the justice? Parth Pawar got away. His name was not in the FIR because he's Ajit Pawar's son. These are questionable decisions. The rich get away when they kill people on the roads and ask for one more round of narcotics. It's on tape. And yet I always feel that the moment the matter goes out of media scrutiny and public scrutiny, that's when these judgments come. And we, the people of India, must arm ourselves with knowledge about the law. We must congregate collectively and make sure that everybody who is in a position of power is under scrutiny, whether the courts or the politicians.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Tensions erupted in Rajasthan's Jammu after people from a certain community pelted stones at the police after stones were being removed from a mosque complex. The stones, which had been lying on the roadside in a populated area of the city for a very long time, that was causing traffic congestion and blockages. Considering the seriousness of the situation of the issue, Special Operations Commissioner Rahul Prakash, Additional Police Commissioner Dr. Rajiv Pachar and Manish Agrawal reached the spot. Senior police officers themselves took charge and brought the situation under control.
20 से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक हिरासत में लिए गए, 20 से ज्यादा आरोपी पकड़े गए। ये देखिए अब तस्वीर, चोमू की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। 20 से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक पुलिस ने पकड़े हैं, उनसे पूछताछ होगी। सख्ती से मामले में एक्शन जारी है। ये देखिए, ये एक्शन, ये आइए आइए अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए, आइए आइए, आगे के हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस का एक्शन। आइए अंदर चलिए, एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर देखिए आप। अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए। ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। अंदर आइए आप। ये देखिए, ये देखिए पथराव जहां से हुआ वहां की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। इधर आइए, इधर आइए। ये देखिए, ये देखिए, इन्हें कुछ नहीं पता। ये देखिए, ये देखिए सबूत, ये देखिए, इन्हें कुछ नहीं पता है। ये अगर सिर पर गिरे तो क्या होगा, देखिए, ये सबसे छोटा है। ये देखिए, और यही वजह है कि लगातार एक्शन यहां पर जारी है, हर एक घर में ऐसी। ये देखिए, ये देखिए, ये पत्थर नहीं तो क्या है। आगे देखिए, नीचे की हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ऊपर सबूत, नीचे आरोपी पकड़ के ले जा रही है पुलिस और पुलिस फोर्स। आगे देखिए, एक एक करके आरोपी घर से निकाले जा रहे हैं। चलिए नीचे और तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। आइए आइए आइए, और आरोपी पकड़े गए। अब कुछ देर में यह संख्या 25 से ज्यादा होने वाली है, 25 से ज्यादा। अब तक 20 प्लस, और कुछ घंटे के अंदर 20 से ज्यादा। अब भी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, चेहरा दिखाइए। आप ही का घर है? पत्थर क्यों रखे थे?
अजय साहब, वो तो मकान बना, उसे बाकी ये देखो, ये मकान बना था, जबकि यहाँ भी सर
पत्थर इतने छत पे क्यों रखे हैं?
नहीं, वैसे पड़े हैं साहब शुरू से।
पत्थर क्यों रखते हो आप लोग?
नहीं, अब नहीं रखेंगे साहब।
नहीं नहीं, अभी तो रखे थे ना, वही वाले पत्थर नजर आ रहे हैं।
ऊंचा ऊंचा सुनता हूँ।
वैसे ही पत्थर हैं जैसे बाहर फेंके गए। क्यों है ये पत्थर, क्यों रखे हुए थे? पत्थर फेंके गए थे क्या?
नहीं, फेंक देंगे साहब, अब आप क्षमा करो।
नहीं, पत्थर आपके छत पे क्यों रखे थे?
ये अजय वैसे ही।
वैसे कैसे रखते हैं? क्यों रखते हैं?
अजय कभी मैं तो, आप माँ बात सुनो, आपका सवाल जवाब कर दो। मैं तो कुछ
पत्थर क्यों रखते हैं? पत्थर फेंकने वाले
बच्चों के पत्थर हैं।
वो बच्चों के हैं तो बड़ों के कैसे हैं?
जो मकान बना था ना।
ये देखिए, ये देखिए, ये बयान देखिए, ये दलील सुनिए आप। वो छोटे बच्चों के पत्थर है, वो 1-1 केजी से ज्यादा बड़े पत्थर है। एक एक करके आरोपी पकड़े जा रहे, 25 से ज्यादा। आगे देखिए, अभी और आरोपी निकलकर सामने आने वाले। चलिए आगे की हम आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं। इधर देखिए, इधर देखिए, एक और आरोपी उधर पकड़ा गया। और उसके बाद देखिए, अब अधिकारी जो है, पुलिस अधिकारी, उनसे बात करेंगे। सर, एक बड़ा एक्शन नजर आया है, कुछ ही मिनटों में कई आरोपी पकड़े गए। किस तरीके से जांच पड़ताल, उसके बाद क्या प्लान?
अभी इसमें जांच चल रही है, हम चेकिंग कर रहे हैं। ठीक है सर।
तो देखिए, जांच पड़ताल का दौर चल रहा है और आपने सुना कि अभी हम जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं। और आगे भी देखिए, एक एक करके यहाँ पर जो पुलिस की टीम है, जो टुकड़ियां हैं, वो जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ रही हैं, आरोपी निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं। पकड़ के आरोपी लाए जा रहे हैं, गाड़ियों में बैठाए जा रहे हैं। अब तक यह संख्या 25 से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। महिलाओं को भी पकड़ा गया। यह पुलिस की गाड़ी एक एक करके अंदर जा रही है, एक एक करके। अभी अंदर से एक गाड़ी आएगी, महिलाओं को भी हिरासत में लिया गया है, उसमें महिलाएं हैं। ये गाड़ी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए, आगे वाली जो गाड़ी है, उसमें महिला को हिरासत में लिया गया है। अब तक 50 से ज्यादा पुरुष और महिला भी कुछ इसमें शामिल है। इस गाड़ी में महिलाएं हैं। देखिए, हम आपको ये तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, पुलिस की ये गाड़ी देखिए। इस गाड़ी में आरोपी जो है वो महिला आरोपी हैं। जिन लोगों ने इस घटना में सहयोग किया है, उन्हें इस मामले में पुलिस अभी लेकर जा रही है थाने और उससे पूछताछ की जाएगी। ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। महेश जी, आगे आइए, आगे आइए, तस्वीर दिखाइए। ये देखिए, इस गाड़ी में महिलाएं, ये तस्वीर दिखाइए आप। महिलाओं को भी हिरासत में लिया गया है। अंदर महिलाएं हैं, अंदर महिलाएं, उधर से तस्वीर दिखाइए, उन्हें भी हिरासत में लिया गया। दिखाइए, दिखाइए, तस्वीर दिखाइए, तस्वीर दिखाइए। ये महिलाएं हैं इस घटना में शामिल, जिन्हें हिरासत में लिया गया है। अब तक 50 से ज्यादा पुरुष और महिलाएं भी शामिल है। ये देखिए, शीशा खोलिए, शीशा खोलिए, शीशा खोलिए। देखिए, देखिए, महिलाओं को भी हिरासत में लिया गया है। यह पुलिस लेकर जा रही है महिलाओं को। 50 से ज्यादा पुरुष और महिलाओं को भी कुछ हिरासत में लिया गया है। उसकी हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। लगातार एक्शन जारी है। कुछ ही घंटे में, कल रात 3 बजे पत्थरबाजी हुई, लेकिन उसके बाद कुछ ही घंटे के अंदर पुलिस का बड़ा एक्शन देखने को मिला है। चोमू की तस्वीरें बदली हुई हैं मेरे पीछे। आप देखिए प्रशासन के अधिकारी जो हैं वो इस वक्त फ्लैग मार्च में शामिल हैं और प्रशासन की तरफ से फ्लैग मार्च निकाला जा रहा है। यही वो इलाका है जहां पर बीती रात करीब 3 बजे पथराव हुए हैं, पुलिस के जवानों पर यह पथराव किए गए और उसके बाद प्रशासन का संदेश बिल्कुल साफ है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से किसी तरह से कहीं भी कोई समझौता नहीं किया जाएगा। ये बस स्टैंड का इलाका है। दूसरी तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाइए महेश जी आप। सारी दुकानें यहाँ पर बंद करा दी गई हैं एहतियात के तौर पर और ये पूरा इलाका पुलिस छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया है। आगे मस्जिद की तस्वीर दिखाइए आप आगे मस्जिद की तस्वीर दिखाइए। यही है वो मस्जिद जहां पर यहीं पर काम चल रहा था और इसी मस्जिद को लेकर यहाँ इन्हें लगा कि इस मस्जिद को हटा दिया जाएगा तो यहाँ के लोग इकट्ठा हुए और प्रशासन पर ही पथराव कर दिया। कुछ पुलिसकर्मी जो हैं उन्हें चोट आई है। कलंदरी मस्जिद है ये देखिए आप, ये तस्वीर देखिए, फ्लैग मार्च की तस्वीर आप देखिए। इधर भी प्रशासन की टीम मौजूद है, आगे भी प्रशासन की टीम मौजूद है। आगे बिल्कुल ये जो आप देख रहे हैं एक रास्ता जो बाई तरफ जा रहा है, यहीं पर पथराव हुए हैं और इस इलाके में तमाम दुकानें बंद करा दी गई हैं। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से किसी तरह से कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं किया जाएगा, यह आला अधिकारियों का कहना है। ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये देखिए आपको यहाँ पर कांच के टुकड़े और पत्थरों के निशान मिलेंगे। यहीं पर बीती रात में पथराव हुआ है। ये देखिए आप, ये देखिए आगे मैं आपको ये देखिए, ये कांच देखिए आप। तो ये यहाँ पर शीशे के बॉटल और पत्थर पुलिस प्रशासन पर फेंके गए हैं। ये देखिए अब यहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स की जो टीम है वो पहुंची हुई है रात से ही और फ्लैग मार्च के बाद ये सीधे तौर पर संदेश दिया गया है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से कहीं कोई समझौता नहीं किया जाएगा। यह तस्वीर दिखाइए, उधर भी आ रहे हैं, यह दिखाइए, यह भी है आरोपी, यह इधर भी है, यह भी दो है। चेहरा दिखाइए, यह देखिए दो और इधर यह भी पकड़ा गया। यह देखिए ये दर्जन भर से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक पकड़ लिए गए। बोलो क्या हुआ था?
नहीं सर हम लोग नहीं है सर, हम लोग
तो पुलिस क्यों पकड़ के ले जा रही भाई?
पता नहीं सर, हम लोग तो गरीब।
कहाँ थे जब पथराव हुआ था?
हम लोग सो रहे थे सर।
कितनी दूरी पर? कौन सा घर है तुम्हारा?
उधर कमरे।
तो पता नहीं चला कि पत्थर चल रहा है इधर पुलिस वालों पर?
सो रहे थे दिन भर में।
अरे पुलिस पर पत्थर चल गया, आप दिन में रात में सो रहे थे? बोलो। तो ये देखिए अब तक, ये देखिए बताइए कहाँ थे जब पत्थर हुआ? पत्थर चला रहे थे पुलिस में?
भाई परदेसी आदमी हम लोग तो काम करने वाले आदमी, हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं किए थे भाई।
पथराव हुआ कहाँ थे
भाई? हम लोग कमरा में थे भाई, हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं किए भाई।
पुलिस काहे पकड़ रही है फिर?
तो हम लोग कुछ किए ही नहीं भाई। हम लोग
ये देखिए दर्जन भर से ज्यादा अब तक, दर्जन भर से। इधर देखिए एक आरोपी है, ये एक और आरोपी। ये देखिए कहाँ थे? पत्थर चला रहे थे?
मैं नहीं सर, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सर।
कहाँ है घर आपका?
हम लोग झारखंड के।
नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम रकीब है सर, रकीब।
जब पथराव हुआ कहाँ थे?
हम लोग होटल में काम कर रहे थे सर, हम लोग काम करते होटल में।
तो पता नहीं चला?
नहीं सर हम लोग
पुलिस पर पत्थर चल रहे थे, पता
नहीं सर, हमने देखे साहब, कुछ नहीं देखे साहब।
किसी को नहीं पता है?
नहीं सर हम।
ये देखिए एक दर्जन से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक पकड़ लिए गए हैं और एक एक करके आरोपी पकड़ के अंदर से निकाले जा रहे हैं।
पे परमानेंट अतिक्रमण करने की कोशिश की थी, इसको हम समझाइश से उसको हटवा रहे थे। इसी दौरान कुछ असामाजिक तत्वों द्वारा वहाँ पे पथराव किया पुलिस पर, जिसमें हमारे कुछ जवानों के चोटें आई है। उसमें हम प्रकरण पंजीबद्ध कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे।
अभी हालात को नियंत्रण में रखने के लिए क्या कुछ किया?
नहीं, हमारे यहाँ पर्याप्त जाब्ता तैनात है और आप देख रहे हैं पूर्णतः यहाँ पे शांति है।
क्या कहेंगे जिस तरीके से आधी रात में पुलिस के जवानों पर यह पथराव हुआ है, इस मामले में किस तरीके से एक्शन लिया जाए?
नहीं, इनके खिलाफ हम सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो भी असामाजिक तत्व है उनको किसी भी रूप से बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
क्या इससे पहले भी कोई विवाद की तस्वीर नजर आई थी मस्जिद को लेकर?
नहीं, ये काफी टाइम से विवादित जगह है, लेकिन कुछ यहाँ पे अतिक्रमण था जिसको इनकी आपसी सहमति से हटाया गया था, लेकिन कुछ परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पे खड़ा कर दिया था जिसको लेकर ऑब्जेक्शन था।
कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 8 से 10 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोट आई।
नहीं, हम कुछ जवानों को हमारे चोटें आई है, उनका हमने मेडिकल कराया, जो भी होगा हम कार्रवाई करेंगे।
All right, viewers, time to move on to our next news segment. Let's get you top national stories. It's time for Bharat in 1 minute. BJP National Working President Nitin Nabin, along with Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, offered prayers at Gurudwara Bangla Sahib in Delhi on the occasion of Veer Bal Divas. On the issue of tussle over CM position in Karnataka, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar said the tussle between the Chief Minister and Deputy CM is very serious and will lead to the collapse of the government. Shettar further added that the results of the by-elections go to show that public support has started shifting towards the BJP. On the eve of the commencement of operations at Navi Mumbai International Airport, a spectacular drone show featuring 1,515 drones was organized to mark the airport's operational launch. The drones moved in seamless coordination, creating striking aerial formations such as 3D lotus blooms, lotus design, interiors, airport logo, green airport, plane flying over Mumbai, rise of India, among others, all centered around the theme and splendor of the airport. The evening brought together innovation and artistry, transforming the night sky into a canvas of memorable and visually compelling displays. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top stories. We got the visuals from outside the Delhi High Court, where the victim and her family was trying to stage a protest against the order of suspension of the life imprisonment of Kuldeep Singh Sengar. And you can also see there are others also who are protesting against the suspension. The victim's mother says she will continue her protest even if the court remains closed today. The protest underscores growing outrage over the suspension of Sengar's sentence, with the victim's family insisting that justice must not only be done but must also be seen to be done. So these are the visuals of the protest. There were many women out there protesting against the bail and suspension of the life imprisonment of Kuldeep Singh Sengar. The victim's mother was also at the location, and the victim's mother said she will continue her protest even if the court remains closed today. Our reporter also spoke to the rape survivor's mother. Let's listen into that.
The victim's mother plans to protest outside the Delhi High Court. माता जी, आप यहाँ पे कब तक धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे?
जब तक का ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं, हाई कोर्ट नहीं खुलेगा, जब तक का हम धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। कोर्ट की छुट्टी है, चलो। साहेब, आप क्यों बोल रहे हो साहेब? हम जब तक का ये आवाज अपनी, मेरा पति, आप अगर साहेब जिंदा करके दे दो तो हम धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करेंगे। मेरे बच्चे मारे मारे रोड पर फिर रहे, एक विधवा औरत अपने बच्चे पाल रही, हमको न्याय नहीं मिल रहा। अपनी न्याय की गुहार लगा रहे हैं साहेब। सत्तन जाएगी, सत्तन सर आवाज जाएगी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की बात कर रहे थे।
उनके वकीलों ने कह के मेरे बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी हटवा दिया। मेरे को बहुत खतरा है। 10 कदम, 5 कदम, 100 कदम दूर रहेंगे, उनके सहयोगी तो नहीं 10 कदम के दूर रहेंगे। मेरा घर उनका घर ऐसा है, ये बीच सड़क निकली ऐसे, मेरे पति को मार रहे हैं, मेरा बच्चा 1.5 साल का चिल्ला रहा, मेरे पापा को ढील दो, बंदूकन के नालन मार रहे हैं, पुलिस वाले खड़े मौजूद, मेरे पति को मार मार के पीट के वो दम टूट दे, फिर जेल करा रहे, जेल के अंदर सूजी आखिर में पिला रहे हैं। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? हमको न्याय चाहिए।
चाचा भी 10 साल से जेल में है।
मैडम, उनके चाचा को 10 साल की सजा, मेरे देवर को सुनवाई नहीं। मेरी देवरानी का एक्सीडेंट, मेरी लड़की विक्टिम खाली बची है मैडम। मेरा वकील, मेरी देवरानी के बहन और मेरा देवर का बच्चा, हम भी देख रहे हैं। उनको 10 साल की सजा, कुलदीप सेंगर को बेल मिल रही है और मेरे देवर को जेल में मुकदमा लगवा के झूठी आरोप लगा के जेल में बेल में नहीं आ सकते हैं मैडम। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? न्याय मेरे साथ है नहीं किए। जज साहब को बुलाया जाए, हम उनसे 2 बात करेंगे। जज साहब, इनको किस लिए बेल आपने दिया है?
जज से बात करना चाहती है।
परिवार आपके सामने हमेशा पेशी पर आया है। जज साहब, उनकी खुशियाँ दिखानी है। विधायक जी की ऐसा रेपी विधायक ने रेप करेगा, 2 साल के 6 महीना के बाद ढील दिया जाएगा। दुनिया की बेटियां बहन सेब नहीं रहेंगी, इनको सीधा फांसी होना चाहिए। जितने मेरे पति को मारी नहीं है, जितने को सबको फांसी मांग रहे हैं मैडम, एक में इनको मिली हुई है। अबे मेरे पति का जजमेंट आने वाला है, जब तक का सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चिल्लाएंगे नहीं। हमको वो जज नहीं चाहिए, हमको हाई कोर्ट में दूसरे जज चाहिए। अबे मेरे पति का आने वाला है फैसला, अगर ऐसे फैसला सुना देंगे तो हम अपने बच्चा मिट्टी तेल डाल के यही हाई कोर्ट के सामने सबको खत्म कर लेंगे। हम ऐसा जीना नहीं चाहते।
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has raised an alarm, claiming a rise in the Muslim population in the state. That's the word coming in from Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV. While he raises the alarm, data says that states that border Bangladesh are fighting a rampant infiltration issue. With these numbers from Assam, it cannot be ruled out that a major demography change is attributed to the unchecked influence of Bangladeshi infiltrators.
The question on demography, when you said that 40% of it becoming Muslim population in the state of Assam, many argued that is this an alarmist way of looking at it, or is it something that was happening for a very long time and there was no national gaze on this issue?
I think in a state where native become a minority or in the process of becoming a minority, I think it raises a high alarm, because in India no other state demography is being changed because of infiltration. Supreme Court of India, while deciding a case for Assam, it has clearly stated that Assam is facing demographic invasion. The process was started right from 1940s, but from 1961 onwards, it has accelerated. In 2011 census, the Muslim population in Assam has been recognized at 34%. Every year the trend of increase is 4%. So if there would have been census in 2021, it would have been 38%. And today, as we are in 2025, so add another 2% into it, so it's 40%. So if you somehow say that no, last 10 years inflation has come down, or if you attribute some positivity that yes, something has happened on ground, then maximum it will be reduced by 1%.
Right.
So today 39 to 40%. Now how this has happened? A kind of chain of influx has happened in Assam. Population from a other country came to Assam. They have their children, they have their grandchildren, and in the process the native people are being pushed into the wall.
All right, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, massive possible Delhi blast link being probed into the Mysuru cylinder blast. NIA to take over the case. Coming up next.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter, and that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that you see on the other end which are carrying those residual pebbles, those are also not, they are not legally allowed to sell those, but they're not only doing illegal work, they're also making double profit out of whatever is left here. They're making profit illegally out of the Aravali hills, the lungs of the Delhi NCR, the home for several hundreds of people.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine conflict lie in 2014 anti-constitutional coup.
We did not start this war. This war began as a result of the anti-constitutional military coup in 2014 and then commencement of the military action against its own citizens in the southeast of Ukraine.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter, and that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine conflict lie in 2014 anti-constitutional coup.
We did not start this war. This war began as a result of the anti-constitutional military coup in 2000.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, a very warm welcome. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, we will bring to you an exclusive interview with Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma, where he spoke about the rising Muslim population in the state and the influx from the Bangladeshi infiltrators. This and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Protest outside Delhi High Court against suspension of Sengar's jail term. Another Hindu lynched in Rajbari district over extortion allegations. One dead, several injured in blast near Karnataka's Mysuru Amba Vilas Palace. Sabotage angle not ruled out. Himanta Biswa Sarma speaks to Republic, warns yet again of massive demographic change in state of Assam. Four cops hurt in stone pelting during anti-encroachment operation outside Jaipur Mosque. The amicus in the Aravali case till 2024, Harish Salve tells Unnao the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. All right, viewers, let's begin with our top story of today and the biggest exclusive interview that you can get. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has raised an alarm claiming a rise in the Muslim population in the state. That's the word coming in from Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV. While he raises the alarm, data says that states that border Bangladesh are fighting a rampant infiltration issue. With these numbers from Assam, it cannot be ruled out that a major demography change is attributed to the unchecked influx of Bangladeshi infiltrators.
The question on demography, when you said that 40% of it becoming Muslim population in the state of Assam, many argued that is this an alarmist way of looking at it, or is it something that was happening for a very long time and there was no national gaze on this issue?
I think in a state where native become a minority or in the process of becoming a minority, I think it raises a high alarm, because in India, no other state demography is being changed because of infiltration. Supreme Court of India, while deciding a case for Assam, it has clearly stated that Assam is facing demographic invasion. The process was started right from 1940s, but from 1961 onwards, it has accelerated. In 2011 census, the Muslim population in Assam has been recognized at 34%. Every year, the trend of increase is 4%. So if there would have been census in 2021, it would have been 38%. And today, as we are in 2025, so add another 2% into it, so it's 40%. So if you somehow say that no, last 10 years inflation has come down, or if you attribute some positivity that yes, something has happened on ground, then maximum it will be reduced by 1%.
Right.
So today, 39 to 40%. Now, how this has happened? A kind of chain of influx has happened in Assam. Population from a other country came to Assam. They have their children, they have their grandchildren, and in the process, the native people are being pushed into the wall.
Do you think this is, when you look at the time period, because many would also argue that this is on for a very long time, and somewhere down the line there was not much that was essential in the foreign tribunal came in at a much later stage.
You see, whether it is a long time or it is a short time, statistics says that all these happened post 1960. So what Assam gained from independence, from because these are the period where, in fact, post-freedom, post-independence, we should have been strengthened.
But what explains the sudden spike from 1991? What led to this kind of a spike?
There is no spike. There is an even pattern. Every census increase is 4.444%. So neither spike, neither no spike. The momentum is continue, and today this is the result.
Is it infiltration or is it a natural population growth?
It is a fast, it is a infiltration, and obviously those who has come in, they will produce children also. I am a Bangladeshi person. I entered into Assam. Then definitely I will have my children also. So it is both homegrown, but who was the father? Who was the mother? They all were from Bangladesh. So it is a homegrown as well as infiltration. Once you enter into Assam, definitely you are going to produce 8, 9, 7 children. So multiplication factor happens when you entered into Assam and you settle down. Then multiplication takes place.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next story of a blast that rocked Mysuru. A balloon vendor was killed and 4 others were injured yesterday after a gas cylinder used for filling balloons exploded near Jayamarthanda gate of the Mysuru palace, casting a shadow over Christmas celebrations in that area. Now, Republic Kannada has learned that NIA is likely to visit the blast site and is exploring possible links to the 10/11 Delhi blast. The balloon vendor killed in the blast was identified as Salim. He was reportedly a newcomer to Mysore, and sabotage angle cannot be ruled out yet because the case will be handed over to NIA, and NIA is likely to visit the blast site and they will explore the possible links to the Delhi blast. Is there a terror angle? Are there similarities to the Delhi blast? Was this a terror case, a case of terror where people were killed knowingly? This is the big question that is being raised. So a balloon killer was killed in Mysuru blast, and the vendor was killed and 4 others were critically injured yesterday after a gas cylinder used for filling balloons exploded near Jayamarthanda gate of the Mysuru palace, casting a shadow over Christmas celebrations in the area. All right, for more information, we are being joined by Abhishek from the location. Abhishek, what are the latest details that we are getting? The sabotage angle has not been ruled out. It will be investigated at par with the Delhi blast case. Any updates on that?
Indeed, the person who was selling the balloon has been identified as Salim, and he was a resident of Uttar Pradesh as far as the documents say. And it is also mentioned in the FIR given by the person who is a victim of the previous blast, of the blast which happened the previous night. He mentions that he, along with his family members, were present at the Jayamarthanda gate of Mysuru Palace at around 8:30 to 8:40 p.m. previous night, when they were in the line to purchase a helium balloon which was stationed on a cycle with the helium cylinder at around 8:30. After the purchase, even before they walked out at least 10 meters away from the cylinder burst, and he mentions in the FIR that he very clearly saw the balloon seller's the body had been dismantled due to the severeness of the blast. And he also mentions 4 to 5 people who were around the helium cylinder have seriously been injured, and after which they were taken to the Care Hospital, which is located in Mysuru. On the other hand, we shouldn't forget the fact that after taking into the custody the telephone or the mobile phone of the balloon vendor, the police could easily find out some of the pictures of himself within the Mysuru palace, and they are trying to establish a connection between the balloon vendor and the photographs, because not too far ago Delhi blast happened, and we had clearly seen that if this attack or if this blast is directly or indirectly connected to the Delhi blast, because it was mentioned during the Delhi blast that the blast was supposed to be taken place in various other places, and in the same context, the police have already started investigation in the same context of Delhi blast. On the other hand, we've also been informed that the NIA officials will be visiting to eliminate all the possibilities of this being a terrorist attack. They have also started collecting the CCTV visuals, the CDR, and various other point of views. Investigations have already been started in and around Jai Martanda Gate as of now. So we will have to see if there will be any other revelation by the investigation of the Karnataka State Police as well as the NIA officials.
All right, Abhishek, thanks for the information. It's the developing the story. Keep tracking. We'll come back to you with more updates on the story. Moving on to our next story. Harish Salve, the amicus curiae in the Aravali case, has expressed that the 100-meter debate is unnecessary and the definition change wasn't needed. He argues that the new definition would exclude 91.3% of Aravali hills, potentially opening them up to mining and causing severe ecological consequences. The Forest Survey of India had previously mapped 40,481 square kilometers as Aravalis using a 3-degree slope definition, which the Central Empowered Committee recommended adopting to ensure protection. Despite this, the Supreme Court accepted the ministry's 100-meter definition in November 2025. Here's what the former Solicitor General told Arnab last evening.
I want to remind everyone tonight that Harish Salve's coming in on this case is an important and significant turning point in this case. Because as amicus curiae, he'd taken a very firm stance against indiscriminate mining. I think it's time we put the clear question to him, Rhythm, and no one better than you to put it to him. Very bluntly, to Mr. Salve, you can put the question. That, therefore, this 100-meter rule should itself be put under some scrutiny. This decision to do away with the 100-meter rule when so much degradation is happening, so much violations are happening. Rhythm.
Yes, and Mr. Salve, like Arnab and Shambi was showing us through her report, like Arnab is asking us this, Mr. Salve, you played a significant role in several years that we've been seeing since 1996, key environment and forest conservation matters. You're speaking about the definition of conservation, what Shambi kept saying, deemed forest, so crucial, because I remember in amicus in 1996 for cases related to the Enforcement of Forest Protection Act 1980 also, we had also almost seen you were instrumental in bringing an end to destructive illegal mining operations. In South India, you argued for the NPV on projects that remove natural forests. My question, therefore, if there is a review in this judgment, like Arnab is saying, what are the key issues that need to be taken up?
This 100-meter rule specifically.
First of all, let's have clarity. The aerial spread and the vertical of the Aravalis. Let's not confuse the two. I think there is some confusion in the judgment. There is no question of saying the height of this has to be minimum so much to be Aravali. Aravali is an aerial spread. They used to be hills, but like every hill will have its surrounding area. So the aerial spread of Aravali cannot be defined in terms of the vertical height of a hillock. I don't know what's going on here. The aerials, because there's a whole ecosystem. Aravali is not a hill, it's an ecosystem. So we have to first define the ecosystem. That ecosystem will have dry bushes, the ecosystem will have dirt, the ecosystem will have forests, it will have all sorts of things. Rain and climate are created not by trees, they are created by ecosystems. So we have to define the Aravali ecosystem. And once the Aravali ecosystem is defined, it has to be a no-go area.
No, but there the government is trying to say there's a huge difference between ecosystem and a mountain range. And play on that. So I just want to put it very simply to you.
A mountain creates an ecosystem.
Correct. So how do you make a difference between the two? You see, then the government tries to corner you. Saying my question to you, Mr. Salve, is that therefore I hear you correctly. To play an emphasis on anything under 100 meters is not Aravali and therefore can be opened up to mining is fundamentally wrong in your views.
Of course. What I see is this 100-meter debate was unnecessary. The whole Aravali ecosystem has to be defined on an aerial spread of what really is the Aravali. And there the precautionary principle has to be applied. After defining the Aravali ecosystem, you have to have a buffer zone. And that buffer zone will be outside the Aravalis to protect the Aravalis, beyond which you can consider all other activities. So I think this is where really it needs to be.
So the
defined.
100 meter rule should be reversed, Mr. Salve?
The 100 aerial, the height has no relevance.
Brilliant.
It has to be geographical spread, aerial spread. If you see from the top, what should be? That may have
to
50
say that
meter,
a mountain that is less than 100
200
meters is not a mountain?
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the debate. You have to find out the geographical spread of the old Aravali. Okay. We're not talking of current Aravali. We're talking of the Aravali as it had been.
This is very important.
B, around that, you have to put a buffer zone.
Yeah.
To protect it, you have to put a buffer zone. That's the rule in mining.
Correct.
So around that, you decide how much you want. You want 500 meters, ideally 500 meters. I'd ask for 10-kilometer buffer zone.
Correct.
Around.
I
but
think
you may
that's
say,
brilliant.
10 is too much, you should have 5 kilometers, whatever.
No, this is important. Harish Salve weighs in and says that the 100 meter, in a way he's saying 100 meter debate was unnecessary, but he's also saying the 100 meter definitional change is not required. Especially when you are seeing...
According to me, they looked at the wrong thing. What they should be looking, not in terms of how... Aravali is not a mountain range. Aravali is an ecosystem. What are we trying to define? It's a very arbitrary thing. I can say a mountain is 150 meters. I can say a mountain is not less than 1,000 meters. So that's a very arbitrary definition. What you have to see is where were the Aravalis?
All right, viewers, time for our next news segment. Let's get you the top national stories in Bharat in 1 minute. The Special Operations Group reached the Mir Dantar area of Anantnag district after receiving inputs about the presence of terrorists. Security personnel have launched a search operation which is currently underway. Four police personnel were injured when a mob attacked them as they removed iron railings erected on the roads outside a mosque. The incident is said to have occurred around 3 a.m. in Chomu, 40 kilometers from Jaipur. A fire broke out in an apartment in Ranchi on Friday morning, triggering panic among the residents. The cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained and no casualties have been reported so far. Well, let's move on to our next top story. Marking a significant stride in operational modernization, the gunners of the Agnibaz Division of Southern Command successfully validated new concepts of artillery employment, enabling enhanced speed, precision and flexibility on the battlefield. Containerized ammunition storage system was also validated, enabling seamless integration of combat power with logistics agility. Together, these achievements mark a decisive step forward in the Indian Army's transformation journey during the decade of transformation. Right, let's move to another top story. Myanmar will hold the first phase of a general election on Sunday. Its first election since the 2021 military coup. The ruling military junta terms the elections a return to democracy. However, human rights and opposition groups say the vote will be neither free nor fair, and that power is likely to remain in the hands of military.
4 years after Myanmar's military seized power, the country is preparing for elections under the shadow of civil war, crackdowns, and deep political isolation. The first phase of polling begins 28th of December across more than 100 townships, including parts of Yangon, followed by 2 more rounds in January. 57 parties are on the ballot, but most are either aligned with or dependent on the military, with only a handful contesting nationwide. The military-backed Union Solidarity and Development Party, USDP, dominates the race, running virtually uncontested in dozens of constituencies. The party of ousted civilian leader Aung San Suu Kyi is absent after the National League for Democracy was dissolved by the junta. More than 200 people have been arrested for allegedly disrupting the polls under laws that criminalize dissent, protest, and online criticism. Voting will not take place in vast rebel-held areas, where ethnic armed groups continue to fight the military across large parts of the country. India has extended support to Myanmar's upcoming election and said all political stakeholders should participate in the electoral exercise and that the polls should be free, fair, and inclusive. For India, instability in Myanmar directly affects the northeast, with concerns over cross-border insurgent movement, arms trafficking, and refugee inflows. China's backing of the elections adds another layer as Beijing deepens its influence in Myanmar, a key concern for India's strategic calculus. As Myanmar votes under military control, critics say these elections will neither restore the country's fragile democracy undone by a 2021 army takeover, nor end a devastating civil war triggered by the nation's harsh military rule.
All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story. Kolkata witnessed multiple demonstrations condemning reported attacks on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. These protests were triggered primarily by the lynching of Deepu Chandra Das, a 27-year-old Hindu garment factory worker, on December 18, 2025 in Mymensingh district. Now, yesterday, another incident came to fore wherein killing of Amrit Mondal, a Hindu, was killed in Dhaka. He was killed in Dhaka. Now, these incidents have shown the need of the hour. Hindus must unite. And a protest occurred. It happened in Kolkata, as you can very well see from the visuals. They are protesting against what is happening to Hindus in Bangladesh. They are demanding the security of Hindus and they want justice for Hindus because a Hindu man was earlier beaten to death and was set ablaze.
हम भारत में केवल एक संदेशा देना चाहते हैं कि यदि बांग्लादेश जैसी स्थिति आप अपने भारत में नहीं देखना चाहते, यही समय है, सही समय है, अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। यदि हिंदू एक आज नहीं हुआ, हिंदू एकजुट नहीं हुआ, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के और छत्तीसगढ़ के चौराहों पर ऐसा जो बांग्लादेश में हुआ वो देखा ना जाए। हम भारत में केवल एक संदेशा देना चाहते हैं कि यदि बांग्लादेश जैसी स्थिति आप अपने भारत में नहीं देखना चाहते, यही समय है, सही समय है, अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। यदि हिंदू एक आज नहीं हुआ, हिंदू एकजुट नहीं हुआ, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के और छत्तीसगढ़ के चौराहों पर ऐसा जो बांग्लादेश में हुआ वो देखा ना जाए।
This is not the story of a singer who followed the rules. This is the story of a woman who rewrote them long before individuality was celebrated. Usha Uthup stood apart in voice, in style, in spirit. She sang in many languages, crossed genres without permission, and proved that originality needs no validation. For over 5 decades, her voice has echoed through India's cultural memory. Bold, warm, unmistakable. On Legends, we trace a life built on courage, conviction, and an unshakable sense of self. A journey that reminds us the most enduring legacy is authenticity. Legends featuring Usha Uthup this weekend only on Republic TV. Protest outside Delhi High Court against suspension of singer's jail term coming up. And also coming up next, 4 cops hurt in stone pelting during anti-encroachment operation outside Jaipur Mosque. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine conflict.
It's 3:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin said. Our top focus, who exactly is shielding former BJP legislator Kuldeep Singh Sengar? All this and much more in this edition, but first let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Protest outside Delhi High Court against suspension of Sengar's jail term. Another Hindu lynched in Rajbari district over extortion allegations. One dead, Several injured in blast near Karnataka's Mysuru Amba Vilas Palace. Sabotage angle not ruled out. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma speaks to Republic TV, warns yet again of massive demographic change in the state of Assam. Stone pelting during encroachment operation outside Jaipur Mosque. The amicus in the Aravalli case till 2024. Harish Salve tells Arnab Goswami the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. Kuldeep Singh Sengar, the convicted rapist and former BJP leader, has been granted interim bail multiple times, sparking a controversy and concern for the victim's safety. We've now got the entire sequence of events which basically indicates that the Delhi High Court has granted him bail on 5 occasions, starting with 16th of January 2023 for his daughter's wedding, on 27th of January 2023 with modifications due to safety concerns, then on 6th of February 2023 to attend the wedding ceremony. On 5th of December 2024, he was granted bail for medical treatment, including laser eye treatment and a few other medical ailments that were basically cited. On 3rd of February 2025 for a cataract surgery. The CBI and the victim have objected to these bail pleas, citing threats and safety concerns. Sengar's sentence has now been suspended until his appeal is heard, with conditions including not entering a 5-kilometer radius of the victim's residence. The question, ladies and gentlemen, is, was the system protecting the ex-BJP MLA? Now, in fact, what we are going to do right now, take you through the entire timeline that we have put together to actually get you a sense of whether at all he was given a long rope. Now, this was after his arrest on 16th of January, when the first time that he was granted interim bail, and that was for 15 days, starting from 27th of January to about 10th of February in the year 2023. And this was on humanitarian grounds to allow Sengar to arrange and attend his daughter's wedding. And he was the only male family member available for preparations. Now, 27th of January 2023, the High Court thereafter modified the previous order, shortening the interim bail to end it on 1st of February 2023 due to safety concerns that were raised by the victim, including threats to her and her family. 6th of February 2023, Sengar was re-released on an interim bail until about 10th of February to attend the wedding ceremony on 8th of February under the same humanitarian grounds as the January grant, following his surrender on February. Then, in the year 2024, on 5th of December, a 2-week interim bail was basically granted on medical grounds for treatment of multiple ailments. Brinda Adike is joining us on this broadcast. Brinda Adike, I want to focus on the interim bail that was granted on medical grounds. I'm going to put this out. The medical grounds that we're essentially talking about. 1, diabetes. 2nd, hypertension. 3rd, bronchial asthma. Degenerative spine disease. Cataract issues. These were some of the medical reasons that were cited. We spoke to a former AIIMS director a short while back, and the concern here was that these are not life-threatening diseases. Despite that, a bail has been granted. Now, it could be an opinion of one medical practitioner, but Brinda Adike, from your experience, the reasons why he has been given interim bail on medical grounds, does it really come across as surprising?
It comes across as shocking because these grounds are frivolous. Is the court or this man, a convict, telling that our jails are incapable of treating all of those ailments even if they were life-threatening? There are many other inmates in the jail who have similar or probably even more life-threatening ailments, and they are all getting treated in the jail by the hospitals and the doctors who are attached to the jail. What is the need for this fellow to come out on bail, and what is the guarantee he is going to be cleared of all these ailments in 2 weeks' time? This is just abuse of power, nothing else. And these kind of ailments that they are talking about, every second Indian is suffering. So does that mean that every second inmate or convict in the jail must be given bail to come out and treat those ailments? He can be easily treated. Our taxes are paying for this fellow's treatment inside the jail, and he should get treated accordingly inside the jail, which I'm sure the doctors are much enough capable of doing so in the jail. That said, this man is abusing his power, and I am shocked. I'm absolutely shocked that the judges and the court has allowed for this kind of a affidavit to be presented, that because of these reasons, these ailments, he must be granted bail, which means they must then let go of almost 3/4 of all the inmates in jails. So let them do that. Why only this fellow? Let everybody come out. Everybody get treated in all the hospitals that are around, because then we can tell the jail hospitals and the jail doctors are doing no work. This is frivolous. What he has been telling about an ailment is a frivolous reason as far as I can think of.
With that, again, I'll request you to stay on with us, as I'm also bringing in my colleague, our executive editor, Niranjan, who's joining us from the newsroom. Niranjan, in terms of the reasons why he was granted bail, one big concern that emerges from what we spoke to some of the medical practitioners, most of them are basically highlighting that these are not life-threatening diseases, because of which giving him bail seems to be a pretty much, for some, as they're saying, unthinkable.
Shravan, I was just going through the details that you've been also able to pick up, and we were going through how many times Sengar applied for bail. In fact, the number of times he applied for bail may be much more than how many times he was successful in getting bail. Just to give you an idea, in 2023 January, the Delhi High Court grants bail to him for 15 days. At that time around, from January 27 to the 10th of February, he sought bail on humanitarian grounds for his to arrange and to attend his daughter's wedding, as he was the only male member of the family available for preparations. The bail was granted. It was an interim bail, and it was later modified. Now on the 27th, 11 days later, the Delhi High Court modifies the previous order, shortens the interim bail, and ends it on the 1st of February. This is after safety concerns were raised by the victim, the Unnao rape survivor. She spoke about the threats to her family, and after that was flagged, there was also a logistical issue with police deployment, etc. Now, these were the grounds that were stated to ensure that, it was cut short. Now, third, on the 6th of February, the same year, 5 days later, Sengar was re-released on interim bail until the 10th of February to attend the wedding ceremony of the daughter under the same humanitarian grounds following his surrender. Now, in 2024, cut to 2024 December, the Delhi High Court granted a 2-week interim bail, this time around on medical grounds. The claim was that this was for multiple ailments, including diabetes, hypertension, bronchial asthma, degenerative spine disease, cataract issues, hemorrhoids, hydrocele, anxiety, etc., for which he was released on the 11th of December till the 20th. But the details show that when he went to AIIMS, he was treated with procedures that included laser eye treatment. Laser eye treatment on the 13th, hemorrhoid banding on the 16th of December. Cut to the 23rd of December the same year, Delhi High Court extends the interim bail by 1 month until 20th of January on the same medical grounds, following a request made for a 5-month extension, but a 1-month extension is granted, right? Partially approved. And this also included a short 2-day release from December 23rd to 24th for a cataract surgery at AIIMS in Delhi. Now cut to February 2025. The Delhi High Court grants a 1-day interim bail on medical grounds, again for a cataract surgery in AIIMS Delhi. and Sengar was then later required to surrender. But these are not serious medical ailments. So obviously he's been trying to, get out of custody more than once. Now the most shocking aspect is, here is someone who has been a BJP MLA, has a track record of not just intimidating the victims, but also targeting the victims directly. The father of the victim was targeted by Sengar. Father died in judicial custody, and Sengar faces a parallel punishment for that as well. He's been charge-sheeted for targeting the victim's father. And then a truck without a number plate rams into a car in which the survivor was traveling. She barely survived. 2 of her aunts died, right? Now, all of these are obvious threats to the victim. He didn't have to be, in this particular order for which, we are all debating this. This order mentions that he can't go 5 kilometer close. He can't come within a 5 kilometer range of the victim. And he has to be in Delhi. The irony is, he was in jail and still calling the shots, targeting the victim's family who are many, many hundreds of kilometers away, right? So, people will ask questions of the logic, if at all, in this particular case, and the number of times he's got interventions to come out of court. I'm not sure, Shavan, I'm not sure. You've covered agencies, you've covered the courts and the law a little more than I have as a reporter, and you will know how many people actually get this kind of a leeway, how many times courts actually intervene for normal people. I mean, we've spoken of cases where somebody has been tried for stealing tried for stealing 100 rupees many, many decades ago, and they spend their entire lifetime, inside jail without any intervention. But somebody like a Sengar, rape convict, granted life imprisonment, intervention for him happens 5 or 6 times from the different courts. So I think that's a question that anybody will have, and we wanted to share these details with our viewers. Shavan.
A pertinent point that you have raised right now, Niranjan, in terms of whether at all there is adequate grounds to actually grant him interim bail. More importantly, the medical grounds on which the interim bail has been granted is something that has raised more questions, said the pigeon in the cage. Now, here, what is essentially happening right now is that the questions are now being asked about the investigation that has been carried out to begin with. Secondly, whether at all, did the Central Bureau of Investigation play an adequate role in the court, vehemently opposing the bail plea of Kuldeep Sengar? Now, this is something that the rape survivor herself has raised this time and again. Listen in to what the Unnao rape survivor and the family members had to say.
The victim's mother plans to protest outside the Delhi High Court. माता जी, आप यहाँ पे कब तक धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे?
जब तक का ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं, हाई कोर्ट नहीं खुलेगा, जब तक का हम धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। कोर्ट की छुट्टी है, चलो। साहेब, आप क्यों बोल रहे हो साहेब? हम जब तक का ये आवाज अपनी, हमेरा पति, आप अगर साहेब जिंदा करके दे दो तो हम धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करेंगे। मेरे बच्चे मारे रोड पर फिर रहे, एक विधवा औरत अपने बच्चे पाल रही, हमको न्याय नहीं मिल रहा, अपनी न्याय की गुहार लगा रहे हैं साहेब। सत्तन जाएगी, सत्तन सर आवाज जाएगी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की बात कर रहे थे।
उनके वकीलों ने कह के मेरे बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी हटवा दिया। मेरे को बहुत खतरा है। 10 कदम, 5 कदम, 100 कदम दूर रहेंगे, उनके सहयोगी तो नहीं 10 कदम के दूर रहेंगे। मेरा घर, उनका घर ऐसा है, ये बीच से सड़क निकली ऐसे, मेरे पति को मार रहे हैं, मेरा बच्चा 1.5 साल का चिल्ला रहा, मेरे पापा को ढील दो, बंदूकन के नालन मार रहे हैं, पुलिस वाले खड़े मौजूद, मेरे पति को मार के पीट के वो दम टूट दे, फिर जेल करा रहे, जेल के अंदर सूजी आखिर में पिला रहे हैं। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? हमको न्याय चाहिए।
चाचा भी 10 साल से जेल में है।
मैडम, उनके चाचा को 10 साल की सजा, मेरे देवर को सुनवाई नहीं। मेरी देवरानी का एक्सीडेंट, मेरी लड़की विक्टिम खाली बची है मैडम। मेरा वकील, मेरी देवरानी के बहन और मेरा देवर का बच्चा हम भी देख रहे, उनको 10 साल की सजा। कुलदीप सेंगर को बेल मिल रही है और मेरे देवर को जेल में मुकदमा लगवा के झूठी आरोप लगा के जेल में बेल में नहीं आ सकते हैं मैडम। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? न्याय मेरे साथ है नहीं किए। जज साहब को बुलाया जाए, हम उनसे 2 बात करेंगे। जज साहब, इनको किस लिए बेल आपने दिया है?
जज से बात करना चाहती हूँ।
परिवार आपके सामने हमेशा पेशी पर आया है। जज साहब, उनकी खुशियाँ दिखानी है। विधायक जी की ऐसा रेपी विधायक ने रेप करेगा, 2 साल के 6 महीना के बाद ढील दिया जाएगा। दुनिया की बेटियां बहन सेब नहीं रहेंगी। इनको सीधा फांसी होना चाहिए। जितने मेरे पति को मारी नहीं है, जितने को सबको फांसी मांग रहे हैं मैडम। एक में इनको मिली हुई है। अबे मेरे पति का जजमेंट आने वाला है। जब तक का सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चिल्लाएंगे नहीं, हमको वो जज नहीं चाहिए, हमको हाई कोर्ट में दूसरे जज चाहिए। अबे मेरे पति का आने वाला है फैसला। अगर ऐसे फैसला सुना देंगे तो हम अपने बच्चा मिट्टी तेल डाल के यही हाई कोर्ट के सामने सबको खत्म कर लेंगे। हम ऐसा जीना नहीं चाहते।
As the Save Aravali's campaign becomes India's biggest talking point, Republic brings you a detailed investigative report exposing the illegal mining taking place across the state of Rajasthan. Now, in this investigation that was carried out over a period of 10 days, what we have essentially found that mining, which is basically taking place across various parts of the state, some say that this is in the garb of legal mining. But what we found out, our reporters essentially found out, was that all of this was actually happening in the dark. Take a look.
This is the condition of Aravali Hills, and this is just one small section of this 2.5 billion years old mountain range. And this has been way before this new decision. So if this was the condition of Aravali, we don't know, or we can just only estimate what is going to be the condition of the 90% of the range which has not qualified in the newly accepted definition by the Supreme Court. We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter, and that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain feel shake. Well, the Supreme Court has recently accepted a new definition of Aravali Hills. Aravali Hills, this entire range, which is around 2.5 billion years old, which is also the lungs of the Delhi NCR. Now, the Supreme Court has accepted a new definition in which it is saying that any mountain within the Aravali range, which is less than 100 meter, will not be qualified as a part of the Aravali range. That is the new accepted definition. Republic is here at the Aravali Hills, and we are bringing you the ground reality, what is actually happening in the Aravali range, how slowly this range is losing its essence, how slowly they are trying to make way for mining, for illegal mining, for construction. After corporate pressure, they are allowing corporate structure to enter the lungs of Delhi NCR. We'll also show you around how a lot of ranges who were clearly above 100 meters of range, after speaking to the local villagers of the Jodhpura village, we have got to know that several villages who were located here, they were relocated from this spot just so this ultra-tech crusher system, this crusher factory could be set up here. As you can see on the far end of our frame, we'll show you several of the villages, around 10 villages of this entire region have been relocated. And on paper, that is what the system has been claiming, that on paper they have all the required medical assistance, employment options and everything that should be provided to them. But clearly, according to the locals, it was nowhere to be found. It was nowhere offered. It was nowhere mentioned. But there, what we see here in this locality are two different stories. One is what the system has been selling, and the other one, which is the reality of the villages.
ये अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट फैक्ट्री की खदानें चल रही हैं, जो आप देख रहे हो इसकी गहराई जो वाटर लेवल तक पहुंच गई और यहाँ पे 1,000 फीट तक पानी नहीं मिल रहा है। और जिस पहाड़ी पे खनन चल रहा है यह अरावली श्रृंखला में आती है, जो इसके जस्ट बगल में कुजेता गांव है, वो उससे भी ज़्यादा ऊंची थी, परंतु इन्होंने कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हुए, यानी कानून से बचने के लिए सरकार को वो क्या राजस्व नहीं देने की वजह से, तो इन्होंने पहले ही क्या को ऊपर से कटाई की गई है।
Viewers, Republic is showing you the ground reality. What is exactly happening at the Aravali range? Even before this recent acceptance of Supreme Court of the new definition has come up, there has been illegal mining going on all throughout the Aravali range. We are here at Pawana Ahir village in Rajasthan, and we are going to just show you what is the site here. You can see there are 3 trucks. Before Republic was here, this area was well lit. There was so much light you couldn't have known that this was some secluded village. But the moment they saw us approaching, the moment they saw us shooting, their illegal mining, because according to the DGMS order, which is the Director General of Mine Safety's order, no mining is allowed post sunset. So the allowed time period is between sunrise to sunset, but they were still continuing with the illegal mining in straight defiance of law, in straight defiance of the DGMS order, affecting thousands of people living nearby because they're suffering with health issues. Now, but I'll tell you exactly what happened. You can see there are 3 trucks that you can see which are currently stationary, and if we wouldn't have seen their drivers practically running out of the trucks and quickly turning off the lights, quickly turning off the engine, we could have just felt that okay, they're just stationary here. But we'll also try to zoom in and show you there are, in 2 of these trucks, there are still drivers hiding. And if we zoom enough, you can see their phone screens. They are peeking momentarily and they're checking if we are still there. If we are not there, they would just go on their merry way and start with their mining against the law and against the order and start destroying the Aravali range. But when we came there, this area, this complete area, which now you see, which is pitch dark, this pitch black right now, was very well lit. But within 5 minutes, within a matter of 5 minutes, we saw every single light turn off here. Every single light turn off. The trucks were switched off, the engine was switched off. The drivers are still hiding inside, still peeking at times and checking if they can go ahead with their mining or not. You can see 3 trucks stationary with this completely pitch black. If somebody enters this area right now, they'll feel that okay, there is no mining going on. So every law is being followed, the order is being followed. But the ground reality was caught on Republic camera.
3 तारीख को एनजीटी कोर्ट का फैसला आया है, जो हमने 1.5-2 साल पहले दायर किया था। उसमें कंपनी को दोषी मानते हुए 500 मीटर की दूरी पर ब्लास्टिंग, अवैध खनन नहीं करने के ऑर्डर दिया है, लेकिन उन्होंने ये साफ मतलब नहीं करते, उसके आदेश की पालना नहीं कर रहे।
is illegal sand mining, is what the locals have told me that has happened here. No one else is here but Republic to get you what has occurred, and this keeps on going for 24/7 during the day. Overnight, over 20 trucks have taken the exploits, the loots from the soils of Rajasthan, from the soil of Aravali, and then sell it for profit. हाँ सर, आप कुछ बता रहे थे इसके बारे में? यहाँ पे इलीगल माइनिंग होती है सर. तो ये इलीगल माइनिंग जो होती है यहाँ पे काफी लोग होते हैं उसके लिए जो काम करते हैं.
ये सर पूरे ही एरिया में हो रही है. यहाँ नहीं, पूरे एरिया में हो रही है. उधर भी हो रही है, यहाँ भी हो रही है.
सब जगह ये चीज
सब जगह इसी जगह. पत्थरों की भी दिखा दूंगा.
So he's going to take us to the next spot, which is where stones, precious minerals are being mined illegally, and this is the sand mining site in the Aravali range.
Well, this is now becoming the biggest demography debate. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, in an exclusive interview to Republic TV, says that this is no longer a threat limited to Assam, but the entire eastern India.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that you see on the other end, which are carrying those residual pebbles, those are also not, they are not legally allowed to sell those. But they're not only doing illegal work, they're also making double profit out of whatever is left here. They're making profit illegally out of the Aravali hills, the lungs of the Delhi NCR, the home for several hundreds of people, wildlife, and so much more. As we know that recently the Supreme Court has accepted the new definition of the Aravali range, where any mountain which is under the height of 100 meters will not be considered as a part of Aravali range. Now, what will be the repercussions of it? Any mountain which is not considered a part of Aravali range will be open to construction, will be open to mining, and this Aravali range, which is more than 2.5 billion.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Details show Kuldeep Sengar got at least 5 interventions, bail granted 5 times between 2023 and 2025. Protests in different parts of the country. In Kolkata, once again, Hindu groups gather outside the Bangladesh High Commission to protest against lynching of another Hindu. Questions over the Mysuru explosion. NIA probing whether Salim, killed in the blast or explosion, was there as a vendor or was it something more? And Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister's big warning on demographic invasion. He says it's inevitable, it's happening. He says his only job is to slow it down. Situation tense in Rajasthan's Chomu as stone pelters are picked up by the police. The amicus in the Aravali case till 2024. Harish Salve tells Arnab the 100-meter debate was unnecessary. He says definition change was not needed. Ladies and gentlemen, tensions erupted earlier today in Rajasthan's Chomu after people from a particular community pelted stones at the police after stones were being removed from close to a mosque complex. Situation was tense. Now these stones, which were lying on the roadside in a populated area, densely populated area of the city for a long time, was causing traffic congestion and blockage. And just removing the stones has sparked a communal situation. Considering the seriousness, Special Operations Commissioner in Chomu, along with senior officials, were present there. My colleague reached the spot. This is a Republic Bharat report that was filed earlier today as tension escalated in Jaipur.
20 से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक हिरासत में लिए गए, 20 से ज्यादा आरोपी पकड़े गए। ये देखिए आप तस्वीर, चोमू की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। 20 से ज्यादा आरोपी अब तक पुलिस ने पकड़े हैं, उनसे पूछताछ होगी। सख्ती से मामले में एक्शन जारी है। ये देखिए, ये एक्शन, ये आइए आइए अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए, आइए आइए आगे के हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस का एक्शन। आइए अंदर चलिए, एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर देखिए आप, अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए, अंदर आइए। ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। अंदर आइए आप, ये देखिए, ये देखिए पथराव जहां से हुआ वहां की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। इधर आइए, इधर आइए, ये देखिए, ये देखिए, इन्हें कुछ नहीं पता। ये देखिए, ये देखिए सबूत, ये देखिए, इन्हें कुछ नहीं पता है। ये अगर सिर पर गिरे तो क्या होगा, देखिए, ये सबसे छोटा है। ये देखिए, और यही वजह है कि लगातार एक्शन यहां पर जारी है। हर एक घर में ऐसी, ये देखिए, ये देखिए, ये पत्थर नहीं तो क्या है। आगे देखिए, नीचे की हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ऊपर सबूत, नीचे आरोपी पकड़ के ले जा रही है पुलिस और पुलिस फोर्स। आगे देखिए, एक एक करके आरोपी घर से निकाले जा रहे हैं। चलिए नीचे और तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। आइए आइए आइए, और आरोपी पकड़े गए। अब कुछ देर में यह संख्या 25 से ज्यादा होने वाली है, 25 से ज्यादा। अब तक 20 प्लस और कुछ घंटे के अंदर 20 से ज्यादा। अब भी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, चेहरा दिखाइए। आप ही का घर है? पत्थर क्यों रखे थे?
अजय साहब, तो मकान बना उसे बाकी ये देखो, ये मकान बना था जबकि यहाँ भी सर
पत्थर इतने छत पे क्यों रखे हैं?
नहीं वैसे पड़े हैं साहब शुरू से।
पत्थर क्यों रखते हो आप लोग?
नहीं अब नहीं रखेंगे साहब।
नहीं नहीं, अभी तो रखे थे ना, वही वाले पत्थर नजर आ रहे हैं।
ऊंचा ऊंचा सुनता हूँ।
वैसे ही पत्थर हैं जैसे बाहर फेंके गए। पत्थर क्यों है ये? पत्थर क्यों रखे हुए थे? पत्थर फेंके गए थे क्या?
नहीं फेंक देंगे साहब, आप क्षमा करो।
नहीं, पत्थर आपके छत पे क्यों रखे थे?
ये अजय वैसे ही।
वैसे कैसे रखते हैं? क्यों रखते हैं?
अजय कभी मैं तो आप माँ बात सुनो, आपका सवाल जवाब कह दो। मैं तो कुछ
पत्थर क्यों रखते हैं? पत्थर फेंकने वाले
बच्चों के पत्थर हैं।
वो बच्चों के हैं तो बड़ों के कैसे हैं?
जो मकान बना था ना।
ये देखिए, ये देखिए, ये बयान देखिए, ये दलील सुनिए आप। वो छोटे बच्चों के पत्थर है, वो 1-1 केजी से ज्यादा बड़े पत्थर है। एक एक करके आरोपी पकड़े जा रहे, 25 से ज्यादा। आगे देखिए, अभी और आरोपी निकलकर सामने आने वाले। चलिए आगे की हम आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं। इधर देखिए, इधर देखिए, एक और आरोपी उधर पकड़ा गया है। और उसके बाद देखिए, अब अधिकारी जो है, पुलिस अधिकारी, उनसे बात करेंगे। सर, एक बड़ा एक्शन नजर आया है, कुछ ही मिनटों में कई आरोपी पकड़े गए। किस तरीके से जांच?
situation or the developments that are happening in Bangladesh is the responsibility of the government of Bangladesh, and to portray a narrative where things go in some other direction is completely false, and we reject that. Akhilesh, your question regarding minorities, we are all aware of the recent developments in Bangladesh. We have been closely following them, and as far as law and order situation is concerned, I have been apprising you from time to time as to what our position has been or should be and is today. The unremitting hostility against minorities in Bangladesh, including Hindus, Christians, and Buddhists, at the hands of extremists, is a matter of grave concern. We condemn the recent gruesome killing of a Hindu youth in Mymensingh and expect that the perpetrators of the crime would be brought to justice. Over 2,900 incidents of violence against minorities, including cases of killings, arsons, land grab, have been documented by independent sources during the tenure of the interim government. These incidents cannot be brushed aside as mere media exaggerations or dismissed as political violence. बांग्लादेश में अल्पसंख्यकों, जिसपे हिंदू भी हैं, ईसाई भी हैं, बौद्ध धर्म के लोग भी हैं, उनके खिलाफ लगातार हिंसा हो रही है। ये एक गंभीर चिंता का विषय है। हाल ही में मैमनसिंह में एक हिंदू युवा की हत्या हुई, उसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं। हम ये भी उम्मीद करते हैं कि अपराधियों को जल्द से जल्द कटघरे में लाया जाएगा। और आपको जैसे बताया मैंने कि स्वतंत्र सूत्रों के अनुसार पिछले इस अंतरिम सरकार के कार्यकाल में 2,900 ऐसे वारदात सामने आई हैं जो हत्या से संबंधित है, या आगजनी से हो, या जमीन हड़पने के मामले से हो। और इन घटनाओं को मीडिया की यतिशक्ति या एग्जैजरेशन कहकर या राजनीतिक हिंसा बताकर इसको नजरअंदाज या दरकिनार नहीं किया जा सकता। We can go for more questions. इधर कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद फिर इधर आ जाते हैं। इसी
This is Yeshi Seli from India. How does India view the return of Tariq Rahman to Bangladesh? He wants to come back to power. He's come after 17 years. And secondly, Myanmar is going to have its first phase of elections on the 28th. Has India sent any observers?
Yeshi? Oh, sorry, Ayushi.
This is Ayushi from ANI. Sir, an Indian origin student studying at Canada's University of Toronto, he was killed after he was fatally shot near the campus by unknown attackers. Do we know more about the incident?
Vedant, Kalol.
Okay, so the Ministry of External Affairs, they're taking questions on Bangladesh, the killing of Hindu youth, Deepu, and also Amrit Mandal. Amrit Mandal, on your screen there, a youth who was lynched yesterday in Bangladesh. And before that, Deepu Chandra, who was lynched and then stripped, his body paraded, set ablaze after being tied to a tree in Mymensingh in Bangladesh. Those are the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, India is responding to the pictures that you see on the left of your screen. A visual that has caused widespread anger across not just India but the world. A video that everyone must see of how Islamist radicals in Bangladesh tied Deepu Chandra to a tree after lynching him and then set his body ablaze. Those are pictures of that, to which the Ministry of External Affairs in India has said that there have been at least 2,900 incidents of attacks on minorities under the Yunus regime in Bangladesh that can't be brushed aside, saying there is a clear pattern to target minorities on an alarming basis in Bangladesh. And this is India's official response to the attack. I think we have the full statement of the Ministry of External Affairs responding to Deepu Chandra and now Amrit Mandal's killing in Bangladesh. Let's listen in.
Regarding anti-India rhetoric, you would have seen also in the last several days we have issued a couple of or more than couple of statements. We have rejected the false narrative that has been projected in Bangladesh. You would understand that law and order or security situation or the developments that are happening in Bangladesh is the responsibility of the government of Bangladesh, and to portray a narrative where things go in some other direction is completely false, and we reject that. We are all aware of the recent developments in Bangladesh. We have been closely following them, and as far as law and order situation is concerned, I have been apprising you from time to time as to what our position has been or should be and is today. The unremitting hostility against minorities in Bangladesh, including Hindus, Christians and Buddhists, at the hands of extremists is a matter of grave concern. We condemn the recent gruesome killing of a Hindu youth in Mymensingh and expect that the perpetrators of the crime would be brought to justice. Over 2,900 incidents of violence against minorities, including cases of killings, arsons, land grab, have been documented by independent sources during the tenure of the interim government. These incidents cannot be brushed aside as mere media exaggerations or dismissed as political violence.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Ministry of External Affairs and India responds to the killing of Deepu in Bangladesh, Deepu and today Amrit Mandal, there have been more protests across India. In Kolkata, there were protests, Hindu groups coming out and protesting outside the Bangladesh High Commission. Once again, Mymensingh, where Deepu was lynched and then set ablaze. Amrit Mandal killed yesterday. Another Hindu was killed in Bangladesh, in another part of Bangladesh, Bagh Bazar, and there have been protests once again today in Kolkata.
हम भारत में केवल एक संदेशा देना चाहते हैं कि यदि बांग्लादेश जैसी स्थिति आप अपने भारत में नहीं देखना चाहते, यही समय है, सही समय है, अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। यदि हिंदू एक आज नहीं हुआ, हिंदू एकजुट नहीं हुआ, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के और छत्तीसगढ़ के चौराहों पर ऐसा जो बांग्लादेश में हुआ वो देखा ना जाए।
Ladies and gentlemen, on to another developing story on Republic. Last night, outside the Mysuru Palace in Karnataka, there was an explosion. The explosion left one dead. The vendor of a balloon stall that was set up right outside the palace died in that explosion. It was a helium gas cylinder that was used to fill balloons, which initially was blamed as the reason for the explosion. But the NIA is probing if there is more to the explosion that took place outside the Mysuru Palace. Was it a cylinder explosion or was it a possible attack? Because the man whose life was lost, Salim, believed to be a vendor, was staying mysteriously at a lodge in Mysuru. We are hearing that he was in a lodge for almost 15 days. He came from Uttar Pradesh, was in a lodge, and the NIA is in Mysuru as we speak, trying to look if there is more to the explosion that took place last night. Here's the full story.
This is not a terror strike scene, but the impact was just as devastating. Near Mysuru Palace, a helium gas cylinder exploded, turning a festive evening into disaster. The explosion occurred around 8:30 p.m. near the Jayamardhanda Gate, a busy tourist zone. The cylinder was being used by a balloon vendor to fill helium balloons when it suddenly burst. The balloon vendor, a 40-year-old man, died on the spot due to the impact of the blast. 4 pedestrians walking nearby sustained injuries and were rushed to KR Hospital in Mysuru.
At around 8:30 or 8:40 in the evening, a balloon vendor who carried a helium cylinder on the cycle blasted, which took his life, and also claimed the injuries to 4 people who were present around the helium cylinder. At this point of time, Salim, who was a resident of Uttar Pradesh, who was supposed to be the balloon vendor, is no more. He has already breathed his last. A complaint has been registered against Salim. The police are in the process of investigation as to why the helium cylinder was present at the spot and who supplied the helium cylinder to that particular person. On the other hand, the National Investigation Agency is going to visit to Mysuru to collect the data and evidence if at all this connection or this blast was a planned act of terrorism or was an accident.
Among the injured, Lakshmi from Bengaluru, who was in a critical condition, Manjula from Nanjangud, Shahina Shabir from Kolkata, and Kotreshi from Ranabenduru have also been injured, with one suffering a leg injury. Given the nature of the explosion and recent blast incidents in the country, agencies are being cautious. As per sources, National Investigation Agency is scheduled to arrive in Mysuru today in connection with the helium cylinder explosion case. Authorities are also examining whether Salim balloon vendor was only engaged in selling balloons or involved in any other activity as the investigation widens. Investigation into what caused the blast is currently underway.
Here are some of the top stories we're tracking here on Republic Bharat in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. The Special Operations Group reached the Mir Dantar area of Anantnag district in Jammu and Kashmir after receiving inputs about the presence of terrorists. Security personnel have launched a search operation currently underway. 4 police personnel were injured when a mob attacked them as they were removing iron railings erected on the roads outside a mosque. The incident said to have taken place started at around 3 a.m. in Chomu, 40 kilometers from Jaipur city. Fire broke out in an apartment in Ranchi this morning, triggering panic. The cause of the fire yet to be ascertained. No casualties reported. Getting in pictures of Shuvendu Adhikari leading the rally there. He's leading a march in Kolkata. Hindu groups have been protesting outside the Bangladesh High Commission. And these are pictures coming in of Shuvendu Adhikari, BJP leader in Bengal, leading the rally along with Hindu seers and Hindu groups. Now, a few days back, you had pictures of how the Bengal police under Mamata Banerjee had lathi-charged Hindu seers. Even women faced lathis a few days back. And these are live pictures coming in of the BJP that is marching with different Hindu groups. This is in Kolkata, right outside the Bangladesh Deputy High Commission. And we are staying with these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. BJP has also joined the protests along with the different Hindu groups. Now, they're all asking for accountability from the Yunus regime in Bangladesh. A few minutes back, the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian government are putting a number to the attacks on minorities, especially Hindus. In Bangladesh, around 2,900 attacks have taken place under the Yunus regime. And India has said that it is closely monitoring the situation in Bangladesh. Deepu Chandra, a Hindu youth, was lynched. He was first handed to a mob. He was lynched and then tied to a tree and set ablaze by a radical Islamist mob in Bangladesh. He was set ablaze. He was targeted. And now Amrit Mandal, another Hindu man, was killed in Bangladesh yesterday. 24 hours back, the story broke. And we're getting in more details of the number of attacks that minorities have faced in Bangladesh since Yunus regime took over. Close to 2,900 attacks. The government has also noted that they want free and fair elections in Bangladesh. Peaceful elections, free and fair. They're all linking it. They're looking at closely what's happening in Bangladesh with a return of radical elements, of course, on the streets, and also Tariq Rahman, who's Khalida Zia's eldest son. Kishale is joining me on the phone line with more details. Kishale, pictures of the march, BJP leading that march. Have they been allowed to march near the Bangladesh Deputy High Commission today?
Well, exactly. These are two marches. One is in Kolkata in front of Bangladesh Deputy High Commission. Shubhendu Adhikari is leading that march. Another one is in Arambagh. Sukanto Mojumdar, Central Minister, is leading that march. Both of these marches are for the same cause. They are demanding justice for the killings of Hindus in Bangladesh. We saw how Dipu Das was killed brutally, lynched, burnt. On the other hand, yesterday we saw how Amrit Mondal, another Hindu, was also lynched, also killed in similar way. So Sukanto Mojumdar, Central Minister, and Shubhendu Adhikari, Leader of Opposition West Bengal, both belonging to BJP, are marching at two different places. One is in Kolkata. Shubhendu Adhikari, he is near the Deputy High Commission in Begbagan. He is supposed to submit a deputation. He is going to meet the Bangladeshi Deputy High Commissioner. He is supposed to submit a deputation and launch his protest against the brutal killing of Hindus. On the other hand, Sukanto Mojumdar is in Arambagh, Hooghly district. He is in Arambagh, Hooghly. He is leading a march with the same cause, with the same demand that justice should be given to the Hindus and safety should be given to the Hindus of Bangladesh. On the other hand, we saw today as well, there is a huge police deployment that has been placed around the Deputy High Commission in Kolkata, Bangladesh Deputy High Commission. We can see that along with Shubhendu, a large number of Hindu sadhus, saints, sannyasis in saffron robes are also marching with the photograph of Dipu Das, who was killed brutally by the jihadi mobs in Bangladesh. Shubhendu Adhikari is supposed to submit a deputation in a while. Sukanto Mojumdar is supposed to walk for this rally for a few kilometers and then stage a protest.
Okay, thank you for that, Kishale. We're taking a break. Those are two separate marches that are underway in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee's police lathi-charged Hindu groups a few days back when they came out on the streets to display their anger against the killing of Hindus under the unionist regime. Will she allow those marches to take place? Republic Bangla keeping a close track, taking a break here on Republic. We're coming back with the protest outside the Delhi High Court against the suspension of former BJP MLA and rape convict Sengar's jail sentence. And the Assam Chief Minister spoken to Republic TV talking about the demographic invasion, saying it's going to happen. It's bad. He's only trying to delay the inevitable.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter, and that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow
Protests outside the Delhi High Court against the suspension of Sengar's jail term. Another Hindu lynched in Rajbari district in Bangladesh over extortion allegation. Massive protests break out. One dead, several injured in blast near Karnataka's Mysuru Amba Vilas Palace. Sabotage angle not ruled out. Himanta Biswa Sarma speaks to Republic TV, warns yet again of massive demographic change in the state of Assam. Four cops hurt in stone pelting during anti-encroachment operation outside Jaipur Mosque. The amicus in the Aravalli case till 2024. Harish Salve tells Arnab Goswami the 100-meter debate is unnecessary, says definition change was not needed. All right, we are going across to visuals coming in. Protests intensify. You can see Hindu leaders, CS saints, and these are protests with BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP leader of opposition in Bengal, leading the protest in Kolkata. It's a clarion call for Hindus to unite, and we see that Hindu mobilization is being witnessed across the length and breadth of the country against atrocities on Hindus, against Hindus in Bangladesh first, Deepu Das, and then Amrit Mondal. Kisholai joins us on the phone line for more. Kisholai, well, the protests are intensifying as we see that the atrocities are only increasing day by day against Hindus in Bangladesh, and the anger is palpable on the streets, and Hindu groups are mobilized. They are united more than ever now.
Well, exactly. After so much of protest, what happens? Yesterday, again, another Hindu man was killed. A Hindu man named Amrit Mondal was killed in the same way. He was lynched, and he was given charges of stealing other people's things, but nothing was proven. Nothing was taken to the court or police. The crowd, the jihadi crowd, lynched him again. So Deepu Das and then Amrit Mondal, the situation in Bangladesh remains same, where Hindus are being killed, tortured every day. And now we see Shubhendu Adhikari holding a protest march, and this protest march is going towards Beg Bagan, Deputy High Commission of Bangladesh, and Shubhendu Adhikari and the other saints and sadhus are also, who are accompanying him, are carrying photographs of Deepu Das, the youth, Hindu youth who was killed by Bangladeshi jihadi mob that particular day. We see a huge number of sadhus, saints of different sampradayas are also accompanying Shubhendu Adhikari. They are from different sampradayas. Deepu Das was lynched and killed. Amrit Mondal was killed yesterday. 8 to 10 Hindu homes were burnt down yesterday as well. All these happening while continuous protests are happening across India against atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. But what happened when the Hindus tried to protest last time in Kolkata? Mamata Banerjee's police lathi charged on them, and even some of the Hindu saints were bleeding after the brutal lathi charge by Mamata Banerjee's police. Today, Shubhendu Adhikari is holding a rally close to the Bangladesh Deputy High Commission in Beg Bagan, and then he has a program of entering the Deputy High Commission and submitting a deputation in protest against the situation in Bangladesh, where Hindus are targeted, tortured and killed. All these happening in Kolkata live right now. We are showing live visuals of Shubhendu Adhikari leading that particular march along with many sadhus, saints, Hindu protesters. And even as we speak, 12 Hindu protesters who were arrested 3 days back during the protest are still now in custody. They have been produced in the court. There has been a hearing in Alipur court today a while back, and the order has been reserved. Whether they will get bail or they will stay in the lockup is something that we are looking forward to. That will be a big news, because all the Hindus in West Bengal are demanding the release of these 12 Sanatani protesters who went there just to protest against atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh, but instead they were beaten up, lathi charged and arrested by Mamata Banerjee's police on fake and false charges, which include the charge of trying to killing someone, trying to murder someone. In fact, that charge was also given on Hindus who didn't carry any weapons, who did not attack anyone, who were just peacefully protesting. Today, there is a huge deployment of police officials in front of Bangladesh High Commission, and we see they are protesting right at that place.
You stay on with us, because there is this mounting anger, and why not so? And this time that there should be action. There are many voices from ground zero that we are getting in. There are protesters who are speaking out, and their voices are getting louder and louder. Take a listen into some of those reactions, viewers, against what's happening in Bangladesh. Okay, we will come back to that sound bite once we get it fully, the complete bite, because there are Hindu seers and all the leaders, religious leaders, the saints, the seers, the sadhus, all those who are from different, Hindu organizations as well, from temples and priests. We see there are we have reactions.
1000 साधु मठ मंदिर से निकल के आया है। ये दीपू दास जो होता हुआ उसका खिलाफ, और बांग्लादेश में डेली हिंदू निर्यातन बंद करो। आज डेप्यूटी हाई कमिश्नर 4 दिन से लड़ाई चल रहा है। मिलने के लिए उन्होंने बताया हम लोग, मैं और 5 साधु अंदर जाऊंगा, बात करके आऊंगा। पूरा शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारी कर्मसूची होगा। वो लोग हम लोग को क्या एक्शन लिया और आने वाला दिन में हिंदू के ऊपर अत्याचार बंद हो, ये हमारी मांग है। नहीं तो जो गंगासागर मेला में यहाँ 5 लाख साधु आएगा, सब साधु यहाँ आकर बैठ जाएगा। जब गंगासागर मेला में आएगा वहाँ कपिल मुनि दर्शन करके यहाँ आकर बैठ जाएगा।
In West Bengal, that LOP Shubhendu Adhikari speaking out, and Kisholai, while we see that there is mounting anger day in and day out, we see protests on the streets, not just in Kolkata but across the country. What has been at least visible action? Has there been anything concrete from Bangladesh side or not? Because the call here is for action, and in fact, we do see that there is silence. Complicit silence from so many of the so-called leaders who harp on the lack of secularism, and they talk about communalism, they talk about polarization, they try to appeal to a vote bank, but their voices are nowhere to be heard. And we want that there should be more and more leaders, not just in the country but across the globe also, to rise up and speak out against what's happening in Bangladesh, Kisholoy.
Well, exactly. Whether there has been any action is proven in the fact that yesterday as well, another Hindu young man was killed in the same way, like Dipu Das was killed. So where is the action here? He was also lynched on false charges of stealing someone's things, but that has not been proven in the court, or he has not even been arrested. He was just dragged out of his home, Amrit Mondal, and he was beaten up and he was killed in the same way like Dipu Das. Right now, live visuals from Kolkata, hundreds and thousands of Hindu seers are sitting near the Bangladesh High Commission, Deputy High Commission. We see only saffron robes here, hundreds and thousands of saffron-clad sadhus with the picture, with the photograph of Dipu Das holding in their hands and demanding justice. Men and women, sadhus and sannyasis, all of them sitting there and protesting in front of Bangladesh High Commission. These visuals are unprecedented. This is Hindu consolidation happening in West Bengal as well. We saw that the protesters were lathi charged last time and many were arrested. However, in spite of that fact, today again thousands of protesters, sadhus and seers came out. In spite of the fact that there was a chance that Mamata Banerjee's police could lathi charge again, and they could bleed again, but they still came out. So this speaks a volume about what's happening here.
Right. Many thanks, Kishore, for joining us on that story. In fact, we have some breaking developments. We have the reaction viewers off in New Delhi. We have Ministry of External Affairs that has given a statement now on the killing of Hindus in Bangladesh, condemning the attack, and MEA says that the perpetrators of the attack will not be spared. Viewers, here's the statement from Ministry of External Affairs on the atrocities against Hindus, and India raises lynching of Hindu youth, Deepu and Amrit Mondal.
Regarding anti-India rhetoric, you would have seen also in the last several days we have issued a couple of or more than couple of statements. We have rejected the false narrative that has been projected in Bangladesh. You would understand that law and order or security situation or the developments that are happening in Bangladesh is the responsibility of the government of Bangladesh, and to portray a narrative where things go in some other direction is completely false, and we reject that. We are all aware of the recent developments in Bangladesh. We have been closely following them, and as far as law and order situation is concerned, I have been apprising you from time to time as to what our position has been or should be and is today. The unremitting hostility against minorities in Bangladesh, including Hindus, Christians, and Buddhists, at the hands of extremists, is a matter of grave concern. We condemn the recent gruesome killing of a Hindu youth in Maimen Singh and expect that the perpetrators of the crime would be brought to justice. Over 2,900 incidents of violence against minorities, including cases of killings, arsons, land grab, have been documented by independent sources during the tenure of the interim government. These incidents cannot be brushed aside as mere media exaggerations or dismissed as political violence.
And there are more and more voices coming in from the Sanatan Dharma leaders, viewers. We have many reactions coming in. First, Deepu Das, an innocent man who was brutally murdered publicly, and then you have another case of Amrit. Now we have reactions coming in from different corners. Dhirendra Shastri, spiritual leader from Bageshwar Dham, has also reacted. He has called for the unity of Hindus and also warned against of more such incidents if Hindus do not unite.
हम भारत में केवल एक संदेशा देना चाहते हैं कि यदि बांग्लादेश जैसी स्थिति आप अपने भारत में नहीं देखना चाहते, यही समय है, सही समय है, अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। यदि हिंदू एक आज नहीं हुआ, हिंदू एकजुट नहीं हुआ, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के और छत्तीसगढ़ के चौराहों पर ऐसा जो बांग्लादेश में हुआ वो देखा ना जाए।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. The Ministry of External Affairs has reiterated its commitment to bringing back the fugitives, Vijay Mallya, Lalit Modi and the like, to face trial in India. Now, this coming in after that video had come in. Viewers remember that went viral, featuring Lalit Modi and Vijay Mallya. Now, in a statement, MEA says, and I quote, "Every Bhagoda will be brought back. We are committed to bringing them back. All those evading law in India, we're committed to bringing them back to face trial before the Indian courts," and unquote. In fact, Ranveer Jaiswal of the MEA, the spokesperson of the MEA, says that they are in touch with several nations to ensure that this happens as per established processes. Listen in.
So, first, पहले ब्रह्म देखिए, जो भी भगौड़े हैं, भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है कि जो भी यहाँ से भागे हुए लोग हैं, हमारे कानून के दायरे से भागे हुए लोग हैं, उनको हम वापस लाएंगे। इस मामले में कई देशों के साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हम इस मामले पर पूरी तरह से ठोस हैं और प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि उनको वापस लाया जाएगा। सो फर्स्ट, पहले ब्रह्म देखिए, जो भी भगौड़े हैं, भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है कि जो भी यहाँ से भागे हुए लोग हैं, हमारे कानून के दायरे से भागे हुए लोग हैं, उनको हम वापस लाएंगे। इस मामले में कई देशों के साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हम इस मामले पर पूरी तरह से ठोस हैं और प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि उनको वापस लाया जाएगा। सो फर्स्ट, पहले ब्रह्म देखिए, जो भी भगौड़े हैं, भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है कि जो भी यहाँ से भागे हुए लोग हैं, हमारे कानून के दायरे से भागे हुए लोग हैं, उनको हम वापस लाएंगे। इस मामले में कई देशों के साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हम इस मामले पर पूरी तरह से ठोस हैं और प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि उनको वापस लाया जाएगा।
And now on to the big story that Bubble TV is closely following. Kuldeep Singh Sengar, the convicted rapist and former BJP MLA, has been granted interim bail multiple times. This has sparked controversy and concerns and, of course, protests. We have now got the sequence of events which says that the Delhi High Court granted him bail on 5 occasions. In fact, one such was 16th of January 2023 for his daughter's wedding, 27th of January 2023 with modifications due to safety concerns, 6th of February 2023 to attend the wedding ceremony, 5th of December 2024 for medical treatment, including laser eye treatment and hemorrhoid banding, and 3rd of February this year for cataract surgery. Now, the CBI and the victim have objected to these bail pleas too, citing threats and safety concerns. Now, Sengar's life sentence has been suspended until his appeal is heard, with conditions including not entering a 5-kilometer radius of the victim's residence. The question here, ladies and gentlemen, is was the system protecting the former BJP MLA all this while? And with this suspension of the life sentence, this question becomes even more important. We have, in fact, the one who is fighting for, the activist who is fighting for this case, who has been with the victim all this while. Ms. Yogita Bhayana joining us on the broadcast. Ms. Bhayana, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. And now we have tracked the entire timeline. We have traced how many times, and at least 5 times, Ms. Bhayana, this man has been out on bail, as recent as this year's February as well. And now to top it all, the life sentence has been suspended, ma'am. So what we are asking now is that the system has been shielding Kuldeep Singh Sengar all this while.
It is very much evident that not only that system has been shielding, protecting him, I mean, they are very evidently doing it. So it's not that they were doing it very, behind the scenes. So now it is very open and shut that because of the system, he's going to be out soon. And it is not the first case. We lost on the first case and he's got the bail. So there are 3 more pending cases. And the second one also is very loosely presented to the court. So I think in that case also he's most likely to get bail or acquittal rather. So, I mean, this is like mockery of justice, mockery of the whole system rather. It is a slap on the faces of the women of the country that, okay, whatever we do with you, we will get away. I mean, because we are powerful people, we have money, we with deep pockets, we can get away with anything. So it's a very, it's a sad situation for the women of the country, because what we see, we get demotivated. Not that we are working on this cause, but there are so many survivors. They will get disheartened and they will get demotivated to fight for their justice. This girl is definitely very brave and she's fighting it heads on. But how many victims or the survivors have that kind of a capacity? And the media, how many people media can support and reach out to? I mean, it's very rare that they get support, because not every case has a bandwidth to reach out to people like us, you media and activists like us. So what about them? So it is a larger picture we are fighting for. It's not only about this girl. Definitely gross injustice has happened to her. Because of this, the precedent will be set for other victims that, okay, you will not get justice. And secondly, the motivation for the potential rapist, and then that the message will go down that, okay, it's easy. It's okay to, it's actually normalizing that culture of assaulting women, raping women, and even about, he almost killed this girl and getting away with this. So, I mean, this is a very serious issue. I mean, we need to look at the larger picture.
Ma'am, even, there are questions being raised on, of course, these bails and what we understand is visibly protection being given to Kuldeep Singh Sengar, but also the CBI has now stepped in. The question also arises that CBI has not been active at all in this case for all these years.
CBI now has no face to show, no. So because of the protest, because of the media outreach, because of the victim being so strongly fighting it out, I think they have no face left but to only represent it. I mean, they were sleeping over it for years and they were not even prepared to go to Supreme Court. Suddenly when they saw, the nation is supporting this girl and we will be ridiculed like they deserve to be, I'm sorry to say. But then suddenly they just wanted to cover their faces, and this is the best way possible that they have no other option but to now challenge it. Or might be they will do a good job just because they have to protect their image.
Right, ma'am. Ms. Yogita Bhayana, thanks for joining us with your reaction on the story that we at Republic TV are closely tracking. In fact, viewers, we also spoke to the Unnao rape case survivor's mother. Listen into what she had to say to Republic TV.
The victim's mother plans to protest outside the Delhi High Court. माता जी, आप यहाँ पे कब तक धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे?
जब तक का ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं, हाई कोर्ट नहीं खुलेगा, जब तक का हम धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। कोर्ट की छुट्टी है, चलो। साहेब, आप क्यों बोल रहे हो साहेब? हम जब तक का ये आवाज अपने, मेरा पति, आप अगर साहेब जिंदा करके दे दो तो हम धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करेंगे। मेरे बच्चे मारे मारे रोड पर फिर रहे, एक विधवा औरत अपने बच्चे पाल रही, हमको न्याय नहीं मिल रहा, अपनी न्याय की गुहार लगा रहे हैं साहब। सत्तन जाएगी, सत्तन सर आवाज जाएगी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की बात कर रहे थे।
उनके वकीलों ने कह कह के मेरे बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी हटवा दिया। मेरे को बहुत खतरा है। 10 कदम, 5 कदम, 100 कदम दूर रहेंगे, उनके सहयोगी तो नहीं 10 कदम के दूर रहेंगे। मेरा घर उनका घर ऐसा है, ये बीच सड़क निकली ऐसे, मेरे पति को मार रहे हैं, मेरा बच्चा 1.5 साल का चिल्ला रहा, मेरे पापा को ढील दो, बंदूकन के नालन मार रहे हैं, पुलिस वाले खड़े मौजूद, मेरे पति को मार मार के पीट के वो दम टूट दे, फिर जेल करा रहे, जेल के अंदर सूजी आखिर में पिला रहे हैं। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? हमको न्याय चाहिए।
चाचा भी 10 साल से जेल में है।
मैडम, उनके चाचा को 10 साल की सजा, मेरे देवर को सुनवाई नहीं। मेरी देवरानी का एक्सीडेंट, मेरी लड़की विक्टिम खाली बची है मैडम। मेरा वकील, मेरी देवरानी की बहन और मेरा देवर का बच्चा हम भी देख रहे, उनको 10 साल की सजा। कुलदीप सेंगर को बेल मिल रही है और मेरे देवर को जेल में मुकदमा लगवा के झूठी आरोप लगा के जेल में बेल में नहीं आ सकते हैं मैडम। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? न्याय मेरे साथ है नहीं किए। जज साहब को बुलाया जाए, हम उनसे 2 बात करेंगे। जज साहब, इनको किस लिए बेल आपने दिया है?
जज से बात करना चाहती है।
परिवार आपके सामने हमेशा पेशी पर आया है। जज साहब, उनकी खुशियाँ दिखानी है। विधायक जी की ऐसा रेपी विधायक ने रेप करेगा, 2 साल के 6 महीना के बाद ढील दिया जाएगा। दुनिया की बेटियां बहन सेब नहीं रहेंगी, इनको सीधा फांसी होना चाहिए। जितने मेरे पति को मारी नहीं है, जितने को सबको फांसी मांग रहे हैं मैडम। एक में इनको मिली हुई है। अबे मेरे पति का जजमेंट आने वाला है, जब तक का सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चिल्लाएंगे नहीं। हमको वो जज नहीं चाहिए, हमको हाई कोर्ट में दूसरे जज चाहिए। अबे मेरे पति का आने वाला है फैसला। अगर ऐसे फैसला सुना देंगे तो हम अपने बच्चा मिट्टी तेल डाल के यही हाई कोर्ट के सामने सबको खत्म कर लेंगे। हम ऐसा जीना नहीं चाहते।
Shifting focus now, viewers, marking a significant stride in operational modernization, the gunners of the Agnibas division of the Southern Command have successfully validated new concepts of artillery employment, enabling enhanced speed, precision and flexibility on the battlefield. The containerized ammunition storage system was also validated, enabling seamless integration of combat power with logistics and agility. And together these achievements, the Southern Command mark a decisive step forward in the Indian Army's transformation journey during the decade of transformation. Here's more on that.
A 10-day investigation carried out by Republic's SIT indicates that rampant illegal mining continues across various places in Rajasthan. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you yet another SIT report which exposes the claims that have been made by the government of India.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters. And when that...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The unremitting hostility against minorities in Bangladesh, including Hindus, Christians, and Buddhists, at the hands of extremists, is a matter of grave concern, and expect that the perpetrators of the crime would be brought to justice.
India raises lynching of Hindu youth Deepu Das and Amrit Mandal in Bangladesh, says no one will be spared. In Kolkata, Hindu groups take to the streets, give a call for Hindu unity to counter the targeting of minorities, specifically Hindus in Bangladesh.
प्रतिबद्ध है कि जो भी यहाँ से भागे हुए लोग हैं, हमारे कानून के दायरे से भागे हुए लोग हैं, उनको हम वापस लाएंगे। इस मामले में कई देशों के साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हम इस मामले पर पूरी तरह से ठोस हैं और प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि उनको वापस लाया जाएगा।
Is party time over for all the fugitives? The Ministry of External Affairs says all would be brought back to India soon. One dead, several injured in blast near Karnataka's Mysuru Ambavilas Palace. A sabotage angle not ruled out. Four cops hurt in stone pelting during anti-encroachment operation outside a Jaipur mosque. And protests outside Delhi High Court against suspension of Kuldeep Singh Sengar jail term continue. All right, friends, let's begin with some protests that are taking place across the country on the happenings in Bangladesh, where minorities, specifically Hindus, continue to be targeted. Kolkata witnessed multiple such demonstrations condemning the attacks on the minorities or the Hindu minority. These protests were triggered primarily by the lynching of Deepu Chandra Das, 27-year-old Dalit Hindu garment factory worker who was mob lynched in Mymensingh district of Bangladesh on December 18th. Yesterday, in fact, there was another incident that came to fore where in killing of Amrut Mondal was reported from the outskirts of Dhaka or a sub-district of Dhaka. And we are getting latest visuals from Kolkata now, where protests have gone on through the day, organized by Hindu groups in solidarity and support of the minority communities, specifically the Hindu community in Bangladesh, which has faced the brunt of the Islamic radicals, the Islamist radicals, and almost 29 cases.
মৌলবাদী মৌলবাদের পক্ষে মমতা ব্যানার্জি মৌলবাদী শক্তির পক্ষে মমতা ব্যানার্জি তার সমগ্র দল মৌলবাদের পক্ষে এই জয় শুধু শুধু এই জয় সনাতনী নয়, সারা বিশ্বের সমস্ত হিন্দুদের জয়, সমস্ত অপমর হিন্দুদের জয়। বিচারকের পুরো অর্ডার এখনো আমরা দেখিনি। এআই বেল দিয়েছে, কি এক মিনিট কি কন্ডিশন দিয়েছে এখনো আমরা পুরো দেখিনি। 3000 টাকা বন্ডের এআই বেল দিয়েছে, এই অবধি আমরা দেখতে পেয়েছি।
19 জনকে গ্রেফতার করা হয়েছিল, এর আগে 7 জনকে জামিন দেওয়া হয়েছিল। আজকে ঠিক স্পেসিফিক বলুন কতজনের জামিন হলো?
12 জনের পুরো সবার জামিন হয়ে গেছে।
অ্যাটেম্পট টু মার্ডার সেকশন দেওয়া
দিয়েছে।
Right, so those are some sentiments coming in, and while protests are taking place, those were some angry voices there in support of the situation of Hindu community in Bangladesh and how they are being targeted. 2,900 instances of minorities being attacked as per MEA figures, and in fact, over the last couple of months, we have seen a dozen odd instances where Hindu community members have been targeted in a manner that they have been killed. The Deepu Das case, the latest example. In fact, Amrut Mondal also, while the police disputes and believes that Amrut Mondal was into extortion as per the charges, but Deepu Chandra Das, of course, mob lynched for blasphemy. And the situation in Bangladesh continues to remain tenuous insofar as all right, we have some more sound bites coming in on the situation. Let's listen. That we will try and get the sound bite of Dhirendra Shastri, the Hindu Dharma Guru, who has taken cudgels on behalf of the community in Bangladesh and spoken, and Dhirendra Krishna Shastri. Okay, we got the sound bite. Let's listen to it.
हम भारत में केवल एक संदेशा देना चाहते हैं कि यदि बांग्लादेश जैसी स्थिति आप अपने भारत में नहीं देखना चाहते, यही समय है, सही समय है। अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। यदि हिंदू एक आज नहीं हुआ, हिंदू एकजुट नहीं हुआ, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के और छत्तीसगढ़ के चौराहों पर ऐसा जो बांग्लादेश में हुआ वो देखा ना जाए। हम भारत में केवल एक संदेशा देना चाहते हैं कि यदि बांग्लादेश जैसी स्थिति आप अपने भारत में नहीं देखना चाहते, यही समय है, सही समय है। अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। यदि हिंदू एक आज नहीं हुआ, हिंदू एकजुट नहीं हुआ, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के और छत्तीसगढ़ के चौराहों पर ऐसा जो बांग्लादेश में हुआ वो देखा ना जाए।
Even the Ministry of External Affairs has weighed in on the situation in Dhaka and the surrounding areas with the targeting of Hindu community. In fact, a strong statement coming in condemning those incidents and giving a number of what's the scale of the tragedy. 2,900 instances of persecution of a Hindu minority in Bangladesh. That's the number being brought in as India raises the lynching issue with Bangladesh. Remember, the Bangladesh High Commissioner in New Delhi was summoned and a demarche was issued 2 days back seeking a comprehensive investigation in the murder of Deepu Chandra Das, also in the murder of Osman Hadi, because remember, a spin was sought to be given that Hadi was killed by forces and that had escaped to India. India has strongly denied that charge. Let's listen to the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randir Jaiswal.
Regarding anti-India rhetoric, you would have seen also in the last several days we have issued a couple of or more than couple of statements. We have rejected the false narrative that has been projected in Bangladesh. You would understand that law and order or security situation or the developments that are happening in Bangladesh is the responsibility of the government of Bangladesh, and to portray a narrative where things go in some other direction is completely false, and we reject that. We are all aware of the recent developments in Bangladesh. We have been closely following them, and as far as law and order situation is concerned, I have been apprising you from time to time as to what our position has been or should be and is today. The unremitting hostility against minorities in Bangladesh, including Hindus, Christians and Buddhists, at the hands of extremists is a matter of grave concern. We condemn the recent gruesome killing of a Hindu youth in Mymensingh and expect that the perpetrators of the crime would be brought to justice. Over 2,900 incidents of violence against minorities, including cases of killings, arsons, land grab, have been documented by independent sources during the tenure of the interim government. These incidents cannot be brushed aside as mere media exaggerations or dismissed as political violence.
Just a couple of days back, we saw them partying hard in London. Vijay Mallya and Lalit Modi, the economic fugitives of law, and thousands of crores of rupees owed to them by India and the people of India. Now the Ministry of External Affairs says and has reiterated its commitment to bring all fugitives, including the likes of Mallya and Lalit Modi, back. It was in the same briefing, or the weekly briefing by the MEA. Let's listen to that also by Randir Jaiswal.
फर्स्ट पहले ब्रह्म देखिए, जो भी भगौड़े हैं, भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है कि जो भी यहाँ से भागे हुए लोग हैं, हमारे कानून के दायरे से भागे हुए लोग हैं, उनको हम वापस लाएंगे। इस मामले में कई देशों के साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ कि हम इस मामले पर पूरी तरह से ठोस हैं और प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि उनको वापस लाया जाएगा। फर्स्ट पहले ब्रह्म देखिए, जो भी भगौड़े हैं, भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है कि जो भी यहाँ से भागे हुए लोग हैं, हमारे कानून के दायरे से भागे हुए लोग हैं, उनको हम वापस लाएंगे। इस मामले में कई देशों के साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ कि हम इस मामले पर पूरी तरह से ठोस हैं और प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि उनको वापस लाया जाएगा।
All right, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute. Story from Assam. Miscreants who vandalized St. Mary's English School, Panigaon, under the Belsor police station of Nalbari district have been arrested today. They entered the premises unlawfully, causing damage to outer decoration, street lights, plant pots and other articles, as well as setting some articles on fire during Christmas festivities. They are now in custody. To Kerala now, BJP State Secretary and Kodangunur Ward Councillor V.V. Rajesh has been elected as the Mayor of Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation, securing 51 votes. For the first time in history of the state, the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation is with the BJP and they have a mayor. To Delhi now, Delhi's Patiala House Court today extended the police custody of Yasir Ahmad Dar in the Delhi blast case by a further 10 days. The court also ordered that the police custody of co-accused Nasir Bilal Malla be extended for 8 more days. Chaos and disorder were witnessed at singer Kailash Kher's music concert held in Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. People broke through the security barriers and rushed towards the stage. Here are those pictures.
Chaos and disorder were witnessed at singer Kailash Kher's concert held in Gwalior. On the occasion of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's birth anniversary. A stampede occurred during the event held at Gwalior's Mela ground on Thursday night. The charged up crowds became uncontrollable as soon as Kailash Kher began a stage performance. People broke through the security barriers and rushed towards the stage. Some enthusiastic fans even managed to bypass the security personnel and reach the stage. Due to which Kailash Kher reprimanded the crowd through the microphone, who was upset by the crowd's behavior.
All right, Kuldeep Singh Sagar, the convicted rapist and former BJP leader, has been granted interim bail multiple times, sparking controversy and concern for the victim's safety. We have, in fact, now got the sequence of events which says that the Delhi High Court has granted him bail on 5 earlier occasions. January 16, 2023 for his daughter's wedding, January 27, 2023 with modifications due to safety concerns, February 6, 2023 to attend the wedding ceremony, December 5, 2024 for medical treatment, including a laser eye treatment and hermeroid banding, and February 3, 2025 for cataract surgery. The CBI and the victim have objected to these bail pleas earlier, citing threats and safety concerns. But Sangar's sentence has been suspended now until his appeal is heard, with conditions including not entering a 5-kilometer radius of the victim's residence. The question, ladies and gentlemen, is, was the system protecting the ex-BJP MLA? Okay. Riyanka joins us live for more on this. Riyanka, we know the story. We know the kind of protests that have broken out and they're going on even now. I believe you are at the protest site. What can you tell us about who all are those supporting the victim and the family against this powerful BJP leader?
Right, Abhishek, for now, I am just following the victim, and she currently is at the lawyer's residence in the national capital. Now, for one thing that needs to be cleared here, that Republic is not allowed to speak to the victim, and that is something it looks like being an intimidation done by the lawyer, because we have been banned to speak to the victim. I have been trying to speak to the victim, but she herself says that I will not speak to Republic. Now, in the morning, I somehow tried to speak to her mother when they had come to protest, and her mother also said the same thing, evening. And she also went on to mention that she is not feeling safe and she will continue to protest, continue to knock the doors of the Delhi High Court, and she wants to meet the judge who has passed that particular order which goes on to suspend the life imprisonment of Kuldeep Singh Sengar in this case. She says that he's a very, very powerful man, and because his wife is going to be standing for the elections, which is why they have somehow got him out on bail. But the threat continues to loom on her family because she is a single lady. She has several children, and she's very, very apprehensive and afraid of their safety. On the other hand, there are several activists, there are several women who today in the morning came out on the street. They protested outside the doors of the Delhi High Court, asking for accountability, asking for the judge to reverse the particular order which the division bench had passed. They say that they will be reaching to the Supreme Court once the vacation is over. In fact, the CBI has also said that they are going to be filing the special leave petition in this particular case. On the other hand, there has been a private petition which has been filed by two other female lawyers in this very case, challenging this particular order coming in from the Delhi High Court's divisional bench. But it is to be seen what happens next. Victim continues to demand justice for herself, and victim continues to say that Kuldeep Sengar should not be out, should not be released.
Right, the process going on for filing of appeals there. Thank you, Riyanka, for joining us with those details. In fact, Riyanka spoke to the mother of the victim earlier in the day. Let's listen to her.
The victim's mother plans to protest outside the Delhi High Court. माता जी, आप यहाँ पे कब तक धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे?
जब तक का ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं, हाई कोर्ट नहीं खुलेगा, जब तक का हम धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। कोर्ट की छुट्टी है, चलो। साहेब, आप क्यों बोल रहे हो साहेब? हम जब तक का ये आवाज अपनी, हमेरा पति, आप अगर साहेब जिंदा करके दे दो तो हम धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करेंगे। मेरे बच्चे मारे मारे रोड पर फिर रहे, एक विधवा औरत अपने बच्चे पाल रही, हमको न्याय नहीं मिल रहा। अपनी न्याय की गुहार लगा रहे हैं साहेब। सत्तन जाएगी, सत्तन सर आवाज जाएगी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की बात कर रहे थे।
उनके वकीलों ने कह के मेरे बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी हटवा दिया। मेरे को बहुत खतरा है। 10 कदम, 5 कदम, 100 कदम दूर रहेंगे। उनके सहयोगी तो नहीं 10 कदम के दूर रहेंगे। मेरा घर, उनका घर ऐसा है, ये बीच पे सड़क निकली ऐसे। मेरे पति को मार रहे हैं, मेरा बच्चा 1.5 साल का चिल्ला रहा, मेरे पापा को ढील दो, बंदूकन के नालन मार रहे हैं। पुलिस वाले खड़े मौजूद, मेरे पति को मार मार के पीट के वो दम टूट दे, फिर जेल करा रहे हैं। जेल के अंदर सूजी आखिर में पिला रहे हैं। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? हमको न्याय चाहिए।
ये चाचा भी 10 साल से जेल में है।
मैडम, उनके चाचा को 10 साल की सजा, मेरे देवर को सुनवाई नहीं। मेरी देवरानी का एक्सीडेंट, मेरी लड़की विक्टिम खाली बची है मैडम। मेरा वकील, मेरी देवरानी की बहन और मेरा देवर का बच्चा, हम भी देख रहे हैं। उनको 10 साल की सजा, कुलदीप सेंगर को बेल मिल रही है और मेरे देवर को जेल में मुकदमा लगवा के झूठी आरोप लगा के जेल में बेल में नहीं आ सकते हैं मैडम। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? न्याय मेरे साथ है नहीं किए। जज साहब को बुलाया जाए, हम उनसे 2 बात करेंगे। जज साहब, इनको किस लिए बेल आपने दिया है?
जज से बात करना चाहती है।
परिवार आपके सामने हमेशा पेशी पर आया है। जज साहब, उनकी खुशियाँ दिखानी है। विधायक जी की ऐसा रेपी विधायक ने रेप करेगा, 2 साल के 6 महीना के बाद ढील दिया जाएगा। दुनिया की बेटियां बहन सेब नहीं रहेंगी। इनको सीधा फांसी होना चाहिए। जितने मेरे पति को मारी नहीं है, जितने को सबको फांसी मांग रहे हैं मैडम। एक में इनको मिली हुई है। अबे मेरे पति का जजमेंट आने वाला है। जब तक का सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चिल्लाएंगे नहीं, हमको वो जज नहीं चाहिए, हमको हाई कोर्ट में दूसरे जज चाहिए। अबे मेरे पति का आने वाला है फैसला। अगर ऐसे फैसला सुना देंगे तो हम अपने बच्चा मिट्टी तेल डाल के यही हाई कोर्ट के सामने सबको खत्म कर लेंगे। हम ऐसा जीना नहीं चाहते।
Very strong sentiments there of fear and of course hope from the Supreme Court there, with the mother of victim of Unnao rape case speaking to Republic. With that, we slip into a short break, but coming up on the other side, Is party time over for the fugitives of law, Lalit, Modi and Vijay Mallya, as the MEA says they will be brought back to India soon? And 2 dead, several injured in blast near Karnataka's Mysuru Ambavilas Palace. Sabotage angle not ruled out.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters, and when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. we'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range, and all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that you see on the other end, which are carrying those residual pebbles, those are also not, they are not legally allowed to sell those. But they're not only doing illegal work, they're also making double profit out of whatever is left here. They're making profit illegally out of the Aravali hills, the lungs of the Delhi NCR, the home for several hundreds of people, wildlife, and so much more. As we know that recently the Supreme Court has accepted the new definition of the Aravali range, where any mountain which is under the height of 100 meters will not be considered as a part of Aravali range. Now, what will be the repercussions of it? Any mountain which is not considered a part of Aravali range will be open to construction, will be open to mining, and this Aravali range, which is more than 2.5 billion years old, also the lungs of the Delhi NCR, protects Delhi NCR from heat wave, from dust, and from letting the situation get even worse, which already is in Delhi NCR with the pollution. We are showing you something which spans far before this entire decision, which is of a time when this decision was nowhere to be seen, which was not expected. But clearly this was expected by the authorities, because we are showing you the ranges. Let us make you understand. Now, as you see on the other end, that is a mountain in another village, and according to the locals here, this mountain that where you can see me standing was also of the same height.
A 10-day investigation carried out by Republic's SIT indicates that rampant illegal mining continues across various places in Rajasthan. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you yet another SIT report which exposes the claims that have been made by the government of India.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.